It has been a hot minute since we've done one of these. I think it's been 3 weeks as of this show, which is a mind blow. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to yet another Wrist Shot Week. This is episode 30. I can't believe it either. Don't worry, you're not the only one. I want to say hi to you in the chat, just checking to see if everything's syncing up. I think we are on air. That's good. Sweet. Okay, let's get into the chat and say hi to some of you. And while I do that, what I'll pull up is this very interesting watch that we'll talk about for a second. So let's see. We have Nefarion first. Bit late, but you're here. It's okay. Raymond, Bonaventure, welcome. Zinmaster, Eric, Edwin, Corvette Man. Hope you're watching Le Mans at the moment. You guys are still leading. Rick, I see Instablaine, Dr. Bob, and Horror Mirror. Many more of you. Wilson, Sam, Stephen, Philip, welcome. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Thank you all for joining in. This is quite an interesting watch that we're going to cover for a moment. Thanks for mentioning one in the comment. You can hear me fine. Is it smooth? Is it clear? I haven't checked to see if the microphone is it's actually working okay. So I'm going by your judgment. From Switzerland, I see Mouseman joining us, and Philip from Germany, and Mark. Welcome, Mark, and Jose, and Dan the Watchman, and the Chidge, and all the usuals. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of the show and for joining in. It's going to be fun. This theme came together because of the variance, the variety of stuff that is on display, which is going to be good, as well as I kind of liked the idea of discussing the Keeper watch. It was something that just hit me. As you probably know, I make these shows up judging by the variety of the watches. I don't give a theme necessarily as a description. I prefer the theme to be almost organic, to be a part of the show. We'll see what happens. Julian asking, is it bedtime yet? Yeah, it's just hit 10 o'clock. Most of you should be watching Le Mans at the moment, I hope. Have me on somewhere in the background and watch what's going on there on the track. I hope Glickenhans does something. All right, from Hong Kong, I see Jeremy and many more. Okay, let's just get into the show. I'm going to be discussing and saying hi to the chat too long. This is one of the weirdest watches that Patek has ever released, and our gentleman Russell has just picked it up this week. He got notified about it on Tuesday and picked it up on Thursday, I think. He doesn't have it yet. I think he's only getting it next week. But this is the final. I'll actually get it to pause on the. Let's get it to pause on the glass, on the dial somewhere there. This is the 5711 final hurrah. Stainless steel with the diamond bezel. And he thinks it's the most interesting, bizarre piece out there. It really is. It's so strange. It's stainless steel with a diamond set, which they've never done before. And he's currently walking around with a watch that's on the grey market going for something like £750,000, which is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. So we will discuss this watch more later on, closer to the end of the show, but stick around until then. The selection, the variety on show this week. Hold on, I didn't do the prelim stuff. What do we do? Table of contents. No, what do we do? Contact sheet. It just makes it so difficult to. Oh no. Hold on. There we go. Yeah. Hold on a second. A little bit of a technical glitch. Always show sidebar. Do me the favor. There's so much on display today that the computer can chug a little bit with the specifications. There were over 150 submissions this week, and it's the downside of doing these shows once every 3 weeks. The backup of stuff just happens. And yeah, it got a bit extensive. So on the left-hand side, you can see there's lots. And we will address that later on. But before then, more of you that I'm missing. Owl, Raymond, I think I said hi to you already. And everyone's chatting in the chat, which is good. Maynard, PT, welcome. Instablaine, I think I said hi to you already. Henry West, Ellispan, many more who are joining in. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of the show, for hopping in, for submitting your watches. The selection is incredible. The variety is amazing. It's quite a treat seeing what's on display, actually. And it worked pretty well into the theme of the Keeper watch. I thought it would make quite an interesting conversation, at least, to get the ball rolling. Paul, welcome. S. White, Scott, Davy, many more of you. It's great. Yeah, listen to me in the background. Come for the watches. Stay for the comments. Stay for the chat, as always. Right, so what should we start with? The cover photo watch. This worked out very nicely. Made a video about the Milgauss 2 weeks ago. I'll link that in the corner as a catch-up for the show. This one is the least I would say, seen. More often you see the black dials or the Z blues. In fact, you'll see all the variances of the Milgauss on the show this week, which is good fun. And this one spoke to me because the photograph is just, was the cover, of course, thanks to Thomason. I think he's in the chat, or he will be later. Something so organic and simple about the choice that he did for this. It's just the watch on the watch box with a matching green rubber strap. It works so nicely. It's a great presentation. And only once I set this as the cover photo for the show did I see that the bezel has experienced quite a bit of abuse, unless that's a reflection. I don't know. But when it comes to defining the Keeper watch, you could say it's one that does have battle scars and does have sentiment to it. So I think we will definitely, before the show gets further on, we've been running for like 7 minutes already, I will discuss that theme and ask your opinions on what the Keeper watch means in your collection. Ed, welcome. Neil, Monkey C Production, welcome. And I see Neil again, great, awesome. And Jeb, welcome. Strap looks nice, it does. So it looks like it's some kind of integrated strap because he's got the end link. We will see more shots from him later. Similar arrangement on a leather strap and others, but it's awesome. I love the lighting, and it's, again, so effective, so simple as a choice. Quick wrap up, run through what I'm going through this evening. We have a Talisker 10. Highly recommended to you out there if you're new to whiskey or whatever else. Brilliant. I'm so impressed. For the price, for what you're getting, it's great. Machu Picchu blend. I've got a 2.5 scoop, I think, at the moment, and it's working wonders. It's waking me up, which is good. And the little Seamaster 57 that I enjoy so much. I'm wearing that this evening. Good little timekeeper. Highly recommend Talisker. Excellent brand. Smoky, peaty, of course, but it's very smooth and what you would expect. Very good quality. And then to what I've been wearing a lot lately. We can chat about this quickly, and maybe I'll have this little tangent about the Keeper watch and what it means in a collection. I see Megan joining us. Welcome. It's now, what, 11 o'clock where you are at the moment? Legends. All of you who are staying awake, like most of you in Europe, I don't know how you do it, but thank you so much. As Zuraha, welcome. Vintage Boy. I see Mark again. 121 click bezel on the Ferion. I see Mark Reed joining us. Welcome. Yeah, it's going to be a good chat. Love that Seamaster. Davi, I'm still infatuated by it. I need to do a review. These hands-on review videos are going to happen closer to the winter months, I think, when I'm sitting down indoors a lot more, when there's less sun and stuff going on. And I'll be sure to get more hands-on reviews on the show. But this little watch still been a year in ownership and still is an absolute dream. I absolutely adore it. As for the Big Eye, the review is over 2/3 of the way done. I'll tell you that much. I just this week finished editing the audio, which is 18 minutes long. It's a full write-up, so it was even more extensive. And the images I just need to put together, the video footage and all that stuff, that'll be happening. This watch has taken me by surprise. Honestly, it's the one that I always gravitate to regardless of what I'm doing in the day. It's just one of those pick up and go pieces out there. And God, I would recommend it to anyone out there, someone who's new to the hobby. If you're experienced, it is so damn good. It's actually mind-blowing what you're getting, especially when you get it at a discount. Would recommend. Divjan, welcome. 121, I said hi to. Flip and Zippo, welcome to the show. Hans, John, that's great. Kevin, welcome to everyone who's joining in now. So this shot was actually taken, this is the main reason why I love this piece so much, is you call it a UTC timer, something that you can use on a daily basis. This one was actually with me when I did a 6-hour road trip. And having that capability of being able to record the trip, what's that, almost 6 hours, 5 hours and 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 25, 26 and a half minutes on the road. I love it. It's just great. This little Big Eye takes some time to get used to, I could say. It's on a Watch Gecko rally strap, sailcloth rally strap. Also, quick release spring bars. Huge recommendation for that too. Versatile. I love it. The one downside is the loom. It's not strong enough, but everything else, great as an everyday piece. And just going into that tangent of the Keeper watch, I know some of you have been mentioning it in the chat. Please repeat yourselves and tag me in the chat to get my attention so I can read your comments about it. The Keeper watch to me is something that just, we go through this, polyamorous, polygamous relationship with watches. We're chopping and changing. We are deciding what we like one week and we don't like the next week. Then there's sometimes these pieces that just arrive in your lap that you suddenly feel just tick every box that you've been looking for. in a chronograph space, this is it for me. I absolutely love it. I've been very fortunate. I've had lots of hands-on with some great pieces in the past, Speedmasters and all of those. Nothing has resonated with me as much as this piece has, which is pretty cool. So I think sentimentality plays a good role in this. Some have mentioned that in emails, that having a sentimental tie with your watch is something important, which is something we will also see during the show. Yeah, 157 watches. I'm definitely going to flick through some of these because there are lots of repeats and duplicates. I've never seen so many Explorer 1s in my life. So we will definitely cover those quick enough. Yeah, Jean-Claude Beaver, welcome there. So you'll be listening in. It's all good having you. Have an excellent Sunday. Hope you're cooking a good breakfast for the family on that side of the world. And 121 says those piston pushers are awesome. They're so good. Speaking of chronographs, Le Mans 24 Hours is currently going on. Watch it. It's good fun. Okay, let's get the ball rolling now. I've been chatting now for over 10 minutes, and I've barely gone anywhere. It's a really good watch. That's all I can say. You can use it for anything apart from in the water. Super versatile. Would recommend. I see Blue Shirt joining us. Welcome. And let's get the show rolling. So let's start with a Ploprof. Alexandros with a Ploprof. There is lots of diversity. I've just realized. Again, look to the left-hand side of the screen. There is so much. I don't know what I'm going to do. Huge. I have to just suggest to the audience that in future, please send in one watch instead of. I'm not going to name names. Juan. You'll see later on. When we get to Juan at the end, I'll be able to make sense of it a bit better for everyone. Ziraha, please remind me of the year this Longines looks powerful. The year. Very interesting story. You want me to go on the little tangent on this watch? The quick summary is that they don't actually know when this watch was made, specifically. Some think it was the 30s, some think it's the 50s, some think it's the 70s. That's the long and short of the answer. We saw the Type 20 see its main use through the 50s until the 70s space. So that's where I believe this watch comes from. But this one, what makes the story of this watch cool is that no one really knows. It was brought into Longines for a service by a collector. Even Longines themselves had never seen a dial like this before in the Type 20 format and thought, hey, we need to recreate this. This came out in 2017 as a reissue. Funny enough, same as the little Seamaster 57. 2017 was a good year for reissues, apparently. I don't know. So the Ploprof, it's a strange beast. What a weird watch to start the show with. I love it. Seamasters and me, I'm a huge fan. When it comes to being a keeper in a collection, this one will always start a conversation. No matter if you're experienced or not, when you're meeting someone new, they will always want to know what the deal is with this watch because it's just so overdone, and I love it. It's just fantastic. Okay, I'm missing you again in the chat. I'm going to try and be diligent and keep up with you. Zirah says, in any case, design is timeless, and that's important. Good point. Regardless of the era when the watch is made, there's something about the design of it that can just surpass time. I think I've done a video about it. Maybe I haven't released it yet. There's so many little things on the back burner, like the greatest watches in history coincided with some of the worst times and all this. Instablaine, welcome. Thank you for the super chat. I have a couple of keepers, but if I rebuy a watch, it definitely becomes a keeper. Yeah, I like that story of rebuying and what that entails for us. And I've never been one to do that yet, but very interesting to know that some sell and rebuy 3 or 4 times, still never feel just right with the watch, but there's something about it special. Dan says Longines should make this watch with a red minute counter, and call it the red eye. What about a pink eye? Talk about a dream. You're talking about the weather, Mark. We have had the worst summer in UK history, I believe. It's been abysmal. Today, it's pouring where I am at the moment, as you would expect. Coming next week, apparently it's better, but this is our summer. It's been abysmal. Okay, Alexandros loves his Ploprof. He loves Ploprof. He loves the quirk factor, all those little things. We're going to move next to a completely different category that he's been collecting, and that's Zero West. I know they're UK-based. They're actually quite close to me. They're on the south coast somewhere. And they've been promoted a lot through UK watch dealers, I believe. This one spoke to me. I like how it's been set up. The whole right-left. It's a good way, like if you're very uncoordinated, or if you're left-handed, or if you're ambidextrous and you can't really determine what's left or left or right. This is one way to do it, I think. It's a pretty nice presentation. As for the sword hands, you can never go wrong. I do like the Union Jack. I guess this is the location of the factory, the Zero West factory, which is quite nice. And it has this whole mission timer style to it. I think they try to like address it with a bit of special boat service, special air service flair, which is nice. Okay, Pound the Drum says, I have a 1971 birth year Amiga. That's my keeper. Yeah, we're on fire here in Northern California. Black Dragon, please send some of that over down here because it's the worst. This island has been just experiencing cloud. Just every single day has been cloud. Jose says, for me, a keeper is a watch that has the most memories with it. Henry West, rain in the UK. Yeah, you'd be surprised. It happens once or twice. Here's another example of Zero West. I don't think as strong as the first one. Same case design. The dial, I'm guessing it commemorates a racing car of some kind, the 3. Maybe that's to do with the addition of the piece. It's a funky example. I do like how there's red accent on the tail end and on the arrowhead and then black in the center. That's quite a nice arrangement for the seconds. Yeah, I mean, the Keeper watch, there's lots of little factors. I'd love this to be just a running theme as the show continues. Your input on what you believe the Keeper watch stands as in a collection. We like to experience pieces, and there's just this moment when suddenly a watch hits you and you feel everything has just been done correctly, and it's something that sits. We also use the term Keeper watch very flippantly. We throw it around quite a lot. And a lot of the time, 6 months later, we feel differently about the so-called Keeper watch in the collection, but different to everyone. Megan says Zero West is great, but the prices aren't microbrand prices. Yeah, they do. They overprice should I say they put them in a different category to most. I guess they're competing with brands like Bremont and Christopher Ward on this side of the world. I don't know. I don't know too much about the brand, but have been hearing some pretty good reviews about them lately. Okay, I'm going to move on next. Alexandros, thank you for these. Really interesting selection of 3 pieces. There's so much to discuss. We've got micro brands, vintage Blancpain, Speedmaster, just everything. The spectrum is huge today. There's no order, rhyme, or reason with most of these shows, as you know. Okay, Alexandros, thank you. We're jumping to Alex K next. I love this shot. I just noticed he's got a Doberman between his legs there. So, Reverso. This being the small seconds and what he did, the tribute small seconds, what he did was he took a couple of shots from different angles. And it's really interesting seeing how this watch plays in the light. In fact, I will change. Look how it went from purple to blue. It's amazing. It's really an amazing watch. And for rule of thumb, I think we can all agree that the Reverso always seems to end up being a keeper watch in a collection. What do you reckon? We're going to see a few of them during the show. There's something really sentimental about the JLC. And in fact, later on, we're going to see just a standard classic Reverso. It was bought on the birth of the man's child, I think, or son, I can't remember. But he's going to get it engraved and give it to him or her, newborn, when they go to university. I love that story there. It's special, really special. Okay, getting into the chat a bit more. Dura says, quite often a keeper watch turns out to be a cheap beta that simply ends up most. Yeah, of course. I should have shared the Seiko 5 that I picked up a couple of weeks back. It's so good. And you just have to ask yourself, I think one good thing to mention is that keeper doesn't have to do with price at all. I don't think price needs to factor in. We compare the prices between the pieces we've just been looking at. Huge range. And we're going to see more of that later on. Zero West degrees is at Greenwich. Thank you for that, Eric. I'm scrolling up a little bit to catch up. So Rick mentions, let me catch this, watches are like friends. You don't always show your appreciation to your most cherished, but when you do meet up, you know that they're a keeper. I like that a lot. I do like that a lot. Good point. And Mark says, look into Zero West. Limited editions with a story behind each watch. Great microbrand. I do recognize that they have like quite a bit of depth behind the watches that they produce. So yeah. Definitely will, Mark. Thanks for that point. This is stunning, yeah, must admit. And if we jump now to these 2 shots separately, look how differently they play in the light. So the one on the left is more direct light, and the one on the right is indoors. And you can see how it goes from like a purple to a blue, taking a hit from the Machu Picchu. Wow, I'm almost halfway through it already. I don't know what I'm going to do by the end of the show. I'm going to need some more fuel, I think. The whiskey is going to have to keep me company. So Yeah, very interesting watch. The Jlc Reverso just tends to be a watch that ends up remaining in a collection, and it's easy to understand why. Design is timeless. It's one of those watches that transcends. I mean, in 100 years' time, this watch will still be as special as it is now, and I love that. Design, I think, transcends the ages, and yeah, it's beautiful. The blue dial is just insane. It's so good. Which Seiko 5? Michael is asking. SNK. um, SNK 18KX1, I think that's the reference. I'll try and put it in the chat, something like that. Let's see, SNK 18XK1. I think that's it, something like that. If I got that right, I'll be blown away. But it's a great watch. Awesome story behind it too. I'm going to get the hands replaced, and I'll discuss the background to it and how it's a real sleeper in this category here. Flippin' Zippo, thank you for the super chat, man. What whiskey am I having? Another huge recommendation, everyone out there. Talisker 10, beautiful. Single malt, peaty, smoky, smooth, easy to drink. Excellent value for money. I think Talisker is one of those names out there that if you're a resident in this side of the world, in the UK, you probably know it pretty well. It's just, when it comes to value for money, also just, I love the packaging and branding on these bottles. Something to enjoy about these things. Okay, going to carry on through. Again, Flippin' Zipper, thank you so much for the super chat. Is it a field watch? It is, Michael. It's not the latest field watch, but it's based on a Vietnam era Seiko 5, one of the original Seiko 5s from the 60s. I absolutely adore it. I think that is the reference. Please tell me if I got it right. Turbo, welcome. Going to share your Submariner later on. That's great. It's so good having you here. It's been a long time since we've done one of these shows. Okay, we're going to move on next. So Alex, thank you for these. Reverso's gorgeous. We're going to have another look at one later. Jumping to Alex S now. This was one that caught my attention. Bernard Watch Company. Never heard of them before, and the name is Anchor. Right. What he has done to this watch, he found that he liked the balance. You can see it's kind of Tudor, kind of Explorer-esque in the way it's been done. But what he couldn't really grab, the hands are difficult to read. At least at a glance, he struggled at reading the hour and the minute hand. So what he did was he replaced the hour hand with a snowflake hand, which is quite interesting. And the layout is very nice. I mean, you can see the typeface is, actually, let's try and break it down. Reminiscent of your modern Explorers that you see now. And the quarter batons, where does that come from? Tip of my tongue. You see it on quite a few pieces today, this angle. Seikos do it quite often. I'm gonna be racking my brains trying to remember. But he swaps it out to a snowflake hand, and that looks much better. Even though there are quite a few who don't appreciate the snowflake hand, I'm definitely not one who loves it, all things considered, looking at the huge spectrum of hands that you can get for pieces. But it does work on this watch nicely, and does feel reminiscent of, like we could say, a modern day Ranger. You know, if I wish Tudor could just bring out a modern Ranger like they should. You know, their version of the Explorer, they would make an absolute killing. Fisherman's Friend, that's in front of me. I got it. Cherry Fisherman's Friend. And Megan says, as you like to keep the live stream nice and colorful. Talking to me? Yeah. I mean, keeping it colorful, keeping it alert, trying to at least. Okay. And again, if you want to get my attention, tag me in the chat. Ask me a question as we go, so I can keep the conversation rolling. Awesome looking piece though. And again, there's mention about the Talisker, that they love it. Talisker is superb. I'm totally getting Talisker again after this. Julian says Polaris, very good. That's probably the watch I'm thinking about actually. Jlc Polaris has these these teeth, blunted teeth looking batons that run around it. Also similar dial arrangements. I like it. The numerals are also good. The 12 is a little bit heavy, but I mean, you can't really do much about it when you have a set typeface, scale, and size. So interesting piece. And he sent in one more, I think. No, two more. He uses this as an everyday piece. Hamilton Khaki Field King Automatic. Going back to the Keeper watch in a collection. This is, I think everyone deserves a field watch. Field watches are just the business. You can throw it on anytime, anywhere. They ride this. What I love about them today in the modern sense is they ride this brilliant line of being sports capable, but also dress capable. Not many people go out and dress watches today. Having a field watch ticks all the boxes as being something versatile, but also just fun and legible. And it addresses so many things well. Day-date complication at the top is quite nice. Works pretty nicely, balanced at least. And you don't see the champagne dial very often. We normally see black dials or white dials instead. So yeah, we're starting pretty smoothly, I think. The coffee has definitely hit the brain. Snowflake hand looks a little hand always flipping me off. Yeah, it's not for everyone. The snowflake hand with its shape, it works on a certain dial. There's some hands that just seem to work everywhere, and the snowflake hand is one that is specific to a dial. It's all about how it corresponds with the batons or whatever's on it. So difficult. Yeah, carrying on with the chat. Cool dial is very interesting. Champagne finish. And one more that he sent in. And we're talking about white dials. This is the, bear with me, the Seiko SKX-A47, nicknamed the White Knight. There's so many variances of Seiko. I've just scratched the surface of trying to understand reference numbers, but it's a lifelong affair, I think. And also, great piece, simple, everyday wearer, rides more of a field watch area. Isn't it interesting when we look at the dive watch with a white dial, it has a different personality altogether. It doesn't necessarily line up with a dive watch at first, at least. I find that quite fascinating. Keep a watch in a collection, to each their own. I think everyone should experience a Seiko. You'll be surprised that the name gets bashed a lot. And we've noticed how Seiko as a brand have been adjusting their prices very often to like align with other competitors in these different categories. But there is a Seiko for everyone out there, whether it's modern, whether it's vintage. And if you're lucky, you can find one for $100 that does everything you want it to do. And that's what's special about the brand. I definitely want to cover that in the Seiko 5 video. Seiko 5's impressive. Seriously, seriously impressive. Zira saying, is that a honeycomb dial? Looks like some kind of tapisserie or guilloche. Pretty good. Pretty good. And of course, the day-date complication is just their jam. Also like how they've kept the batons similar to, you know, more vintage Seikos from back in the day. Nice crown guard integration. You don't see that very often on Seikos. Crowns are normally at the 4 o'clock. Looks good. Looks very nice. He deals the cards as the meditation. Eric has already started with the all sorts going. I mean, we're not even half an hour into the show. Stick around, people. It's going to get mad. Okay, Alex, thank you. Both Alexes, thank you for these submissions. We're jumping to B next. Can you believe? Neil saying, I'm a proud Seiko collector. Yeah, they're great. They are really great. Lots of fun. Super versatile. Okay, next we're jumping to another Amiga, Speedmaster 1861. With in the background 1971 MG, and this comes from BDev. And there's lots of collectors out there now that swear by the 1861 that remains in their collection. They aren't very interested in the 3861. And that's like the purist talking now. Isn't it funny how we're getting into the purist mindset where the 321 is the grail. The 1861 is also now at a point where, God, you see the prices of these things in the secondhand space. It's ridiculous. 1861 it's just one of those movements that's always going to be special. The 3861 is taking it in a different direction and has deviated quite a lot from the brief, now going coaxial and having all sorts of other little features that turns the professional Speedmaster into something else. Quite different. Hello from Montana. Welcome, Luke. And Rizib says, I'm sorry for being late. You're in for a long haul. Trust me, you're in for a long haul. I don't know if, oh God, I'm going to have to speed through the show at some point. When we get to certain selections of watches, I'll keep it rolling. But what I can say is eye candy for days. You're going to see lots of it today. Awesome shot that BDev took of it on a book, a Moonwatch story, the extravagant, extraordinary destiny of the Speedmaster. Love it. You can't go wrong with a professional. Professional in the Amiga category is amazing. Speaking of which, Olympics just passed, and it was great seeing that coverage, don't you think? I loved it. It's incredible to think how the brand has been responsible, I think since like 1928 or 1948, one of those. Love that history. It's just one of those ties that a brand can have to an event. Coffee again. Good Lord, we're in for a long haul, people. I really recommend putting your feet up, getting something to drink, maybe have some caffeine of your own because this is going to be long. Very, very long. Mark says, I call out to Turbo T2, who's joining on his birthday. Congratulations. Welcome. Tyler, I said hi to you already. Have an excellent day. At what time is it to be in California? I would imagine like 2 p.m.-ish. No, probably just before then. Have a superb day. If you can't be a part of the show all the way through, we wish you the best of birthdays. Nothing better than having a birthday on a Saturday, actually. JR55 AMG says, I love my 1861, dislike the bracelet, so got an aftermarket. Yep, that's my favorite thing. You know, that's exactly what I would do if I had this watch. The end link just bugs me on this watch. I think that's the one thing that irritates me. It just protrudes too much. I've been very lucky to experience lots of Speedmasters, except the modern one, the most recent. And they're exceptional. If you go back to the original vintage ones, to these modern reissues, to the special editions, surprisingly, Omega does limited editions once or twice. They're all great. They work, and that's the beauty. Watching Finance, thank you for the super chat. I've flicked your name around, so you're now Finance Watching, so we can get your watches up first for a change instead of at the end of the show. So thank you so much. Stick around, you're going to be up soon. On the mineral water tonight, Hans. Oi. Mineral water meaning it's carbonated, no? Carbolic acid. Got to keep an eye out for that. BDev, thank you. We're jumping to Blaine C next. Now, we've had some discrepancies, is that the word? We've had a bit of an issue trying to discern who is Blaine and which Blaine is which. We have Blaine C and we have Blaine T. Two different Blaines. And the weirdest thing, if this is not fate, running through the emails, saving the watches for the show, Blaine C and Blaine T submitted watches one after the other. These guys don't know each other from Adam. They're on completely different ends of the world, I would imagine. But they both submitted watches like at the same. I don't know how it works. Don't know how it happens, but yeah, that's what it does. So Blaine C sends in a SARW013 lacquer dial. These are cool. They are slick. I mean, would it be classed as a Presage model? I don't know. This was actually chatted about on Bobby Leggs' show yesterday. I think Armin Reviews wanted one of these in his collection. And I mean, look at it. You have a power reserve. Is this a date complication at the base? Must be. And yeah, I dig it. I really like how it's been arranged. Seiko with its asymmetry. This example works exceptionally well. And a lacquer dial. It's another thing to add. Who's a Blaine? That's it, pound the drums. Went ahead, signed it Blaine to Insta Blaine. So you're one of the Blaines, Insta Blaine. God, you know what? You could be the third Blaine for all we know. Rancho, welcome to the show. I did see you a second ago. Welcome. It's a beautiful looking watch, eh? I mean, you just don't expect. The thing that caught my eye when looking at this watch is how the lugs are done. The lugs have this curve inwards, and they look semi-lyre lug style, like inward lug. I don't know what you would call it. It looks so good. The Roman numerals look stunning. Nothing's been cut off. You can see the 9 has been shrunken a little bit. Just a great arrangement. Very clean. I like it a lot. Blaine, I don't know who we're going to be returning to, but yeah, regardless. Blaine C, thank you for this. Love it. Stunning piece. This also could be an applied Seiko logo, which I am always a fan for. And then I believe the first Rolex of the show. Maybe. No, it's not. The cover photo was a Milgauss. This is from Blaine T. Okay, are you still with me? Blaine T sends in 116200. I think he just picked this up. Believe it or not, we're going to see a couple of this exact watch on the same show. Don't know how, but it happens. And 36 mil date just. Can't go wrong. Round bezel, nice and smooth. Roman numerals, something different. Blue dial, works extremely well. I love the photograph. De Blaine. That's it, Hans. De Blaine. Yeah, and I'm sorry that I'm missing you all in the chat, everyone. I've been missing a lot of you at the moment. Let's see. Ed says, fortunate to get hands on a gray side of the moon a couple of days ago. Very impressed. Yeah, gray side of the moon, dark side of the moon. The Apollo, was it the Apollo 7? I'm trying to remember that reference with the full black ceramic case and the yellow accents. I love that watch. And the skeletonized dial, I would totally get one of those given the chance. So Al says, the rain in Spain falls mainly on De Blaine. We're starting off well, starting off strong, everyone. Beautiful piece. And yeah, this watch is going to be referred to a couple of times during the show. some as a collection of a couple of pieces that were picked up at once, I think, in order to get into the 80s favor, I believe. The Datejust is really starting to like come back into fashion now. It's one of those pieces that you can, in fact, get in 80s, which is cool. And I believe it's like, you just move from one area to the next. Are we as enthusiasts? That's a question. Are we as enthusiasts sick and tired of the sports watches, in the sphere? Do we prefer to go down the path of collecting a Rolex that is not necessarily one that everyone else has? That's something. Luke is asking what my email address is. It's in the description of the show. It should be the second line, enquire.idguy@gmail.com. Just there at the bottom of the screen if you scroll down a bit. Have you ever seen the Blaine? Oh my God. So this is what the rest of the show is going to be. It's just, I love it. Stay for the chat, people. This is the joy. Dr. Bob says that the Apollo 8, not the Apollo 7. Thank you. Yeah, that Apollo 8 model is my absolute favorite. But the stud, welcome. And many more of you who I haven't said hi to in the chat. Okay, we're going to carry on. Blaine T, thank you. Blaine C, thank you especially. Going to Brandon next. And he sent in, we've been really covering a micro brands before the show starts. Laurier Neptune, Series 3. Laurier is a brand that is really strides above many others in the space as a competition. One of my favorites is their GMT that they do. And you can see why I love it. It takes many of the aesthetics that I really enjoy from the Seamaster line, the 57. In fact, since we have it on the screen, why not just pull it up quickly and we can have a small comparison. Excuse the quality of the photo, but you can get an idea, a rough idea. Neat arrangements. You got the broad arrow hand. And this is something that this watch also tries to cover. But it's also, what's the word? Milgaussian. This reminds me of the classic Milgausses from back in the day. I just made up a word. The Milgaussian period, This is when we get deep into the hobby, when we're a super nerd. Turbo, appreciate the shout out again. Happy birthday, man, and thanks for the super chat. Yeah, absolutely. I do know that in the past you've joined in closer to the end of the shows. So having you in early is great because in 4 hours' time, I don't know if I'm going to be still able to talk. So it's a beautiful thing. Happy birthday, Turbo, Tyler. It's great having you here. And all the rest of you that I'm missing. It's just the way the show goes. So they do a couple of cool things with this watch. I think it's an acrylic bezel, if I'm wrong, or maybe it's a sapphire cap, fully loomed. And then you have just quarter Arabics, really nice arrangements. Similar, he's using a Bond, we should say, technically not a Bond NATO strap, but it is now canon, a Bond NATO strap on this piece. And it's reminiscent of that Spectre Seamaster from back in the day. Great size too. I think it's 39-ish millimeters, great lug length, about 49, I would say. It's got some faceting on the edges, clean, really simple watch. I can dig it. Gilt dial, something you don't see today. It's nice to see brands playing around with gilt dials. Ooh, the next two watches coming up. The vintage lovers out there, especially I think Megan and the Rancher, you're going to love these. Beautiful. These were the last two submissions that I saved for the show. If I missed your submissions, it'll be carried over to the next show, of course. Yeah, the Seamaster 300. Lots of aesthetics there. The Datejust 36 is a classic SRC. I fully agree. That rhymed. I fully agree. We're going to see more later on. There's quite a good variety of Datejusts and day dates. Okay, Cedar Canoe. Check this out. Brandon, thanks for the Laurier. Want to talk about this brand more in the future. I love that GMT again. Or the Pepsi GMT bezel. Cedar Canoe just picked up two new vintage pieces in this collection, one being the Nevada Gretchen Chronomaster, and the reference is the Aviator. I didn't know it had an Aviator C Diver attached to it as well. This thing is amazing. They've just recently done a reissue series of this watch, I think. And yeah, 1963, great piece. I absolutely love them. Nevada Gretchen has a cool history. Another one of those underrated pieces in the line. Matt, I saw you earlier. Welcome to the show, Matt. I didn't say hi to you a second back. Never seen that, Eric. Yeah, Nevada Gretchen, they have just brought out a re-edition. In fact, I'm on their mailing list somehow, and I get updates. Superb watches. Such a great creative flair and speaks to the 1960s and the Skin Diver. Remember, these watches were all parts bin specials. There was no knowing where they were going exactly. So we have an Aviator C Diver. The idea is that it basically does everything. It has a GMT, and a diving bezel attached to it. You've got the 1 hour and then the 5-minute indicator. So it's versatile. I don't know what its water rating would be back in the day, maybe 100 meters. So you can use it as a diving chrono, which is really nice. I like that a lot. And as for the red 5 minutes, I guess that helps with your decompression stops, which is also cool, and lots of little quirks. You see that broad arrow hand that we love. And if we move to the case back, he sent in some great shots of the movement we can enjoy. Yeah, these shows are always just, it's a poker game. You know, it's a gamble. You never know what you're going to see. I had a feeling after not doing the show for like, 3 weeks, that we would have quite a dry spell, that we wouldn't see too many watches, too many things on display. But God, I'm always wrong, because the stuff just keeps on coming in. It's amazing. XWW says, the only way you can be an aviator and a sea diver is if you crash into the ocean. Yeah, I mean, you could fly the plane, parachute out into the sea, let the plane do its thing, go and park in the sea somewhere, and then, you know, you got it whacked. Shazbot, welcome. Your watches have definitely been saved. Thank you for the super chat. I did see you earlier, I think. Yeah, the chat is going mad. I don't know what I'm covering. Orange Hand says Valjoux 92. Thank you for that. I did not get the spec of the movement, but there we go. Valjoux 92, beautiful. As far as I know, hold on a second. I heard this the other day. They're very difficult to source parts for. Correct me if I'm wrong. Valjoux, I think it's the Valjoux 92. It's one of those movements today that is difficult to find external parts if you want to replace. So keep these in good condition if you can. I know it's Valjoux related. Oh, yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Beautiful. I love it. But next up, we have, you know, the Amiga lover in me would love this piece. Mark II Speedmaster from 1970, I believe. Let's get into the dial. Let's see. So the reference, for anyone who knows or cares, it's the 145.014. 1970, nice even patina. Today you can still find these Mark IIs for excellent prices. So if you're someone who missed the Speedmaster boat and you're seeing the prices of these things climb again and again, these Mark IIs are still available. And if you're in certain parts of the world, you can be really lucky and find racing dials and so many other little quirks that made these pieces fun, good fun. There's still the Blaine stuff going on in the chat. Voyage to the bottom of the sea. That's it. Thomas Burnett, welcome. So welcome to the show. I hope the weather is better where you are at the moment, because it's pouring on the south coast. And Mark saying good evening. And yeah, so Thomas of Burnett, sure, as Hans says, I love it. Blaine Cole. So you're Blaine C. Got it. That Amiga has seen a lot of living. It sure has. Generally, you can tell, like, water does strange things. Moisture in general does strange things to watch dials. So this watch could have lived its life. He's in Europe, so I'd imagine, you know, the moisture during the summer seasons are pretty hectic, and through winter, this watch probably experienced a bit of water, just moisture ingress into the case, and it happens. These watches don't have screw-down crowns. There's lots of opportunity for water to get in through the pushes and all that stuff. So that all adds. And we get to the movement. It's beautiful. I would imagine it's an 1861. It probably is. It is a cam, right? Yeah, it's cam actuated, so it probably is an 1861. And love it. Absolute gem. We were just chatting about 1861s a second ago. So yeah, this is, I tell you again, this is not scripted or planned. That these shows just happen. Love it. Jock, start the plane. A couple more of you that I'm missing in the chat. I see Orange Hand. You know quite a lot about your Mark II Speedmasters. And yeah, it's good. 861. Oh, thank you, Orange Hand. 861. Okay. Oops. There's a missed a numeral there. Yeah, I love it. They're just workhorses, just hardy, great. I love them. Okay, Cedar Canoe, thank you for these. We're jumping next to Daniel, and the first explorer for the show. Now, you might get tired of seeing this watch. There's going to be a couple of them. He took this shot mountaineering in Lucerne, and we will have a beautiful panoramic shot in a moment. But this is the watch on display. In fact, let me just switch over to the... oh, gosh, look at this. Holiday in Lucerne. Look at that view. Mountaineering, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful. Look at the sky. It's just a perfect day. Look where the cloud cover is. That's quite an altitude. Like, I am so averse. I don't know much about Europe and the geography, but coming from Southern Africa, you have these weird levels of sea level where you're based. And look how close those clouds are actually to where he is height-wise. There's a long, this looks like a train, this can't be a train line, surely at the bottom. You have to squint your eyes, but there's this path leading down there. Looks like a little town and village at the back there, just mountain going for miles. It's just amazing. I love it. Such a good shot. And the watch, he took mountaineering, which is actually pretty fitting. You don't see explorers on mountains very often, but this one actually got to experience it. And it's the new reference, the one, what's it? The one, oh, it's not, it's the 39. Oh, geez, I almost got that wrong. It's the 39 mil. We're going to see so many 36 mils that I just assumed it was a 36. So this is the 214270. Awesome watch. One that you either love or you hate. And for many reasons, but as far as keeper watches go, segueing back into the beginning of the discussion, keep your explorers, people. I think it's one of those watches that rides that field watch, sports watch line. Beautiful. I love them. So, Bud the Stud, I did say hi to you. Welcome again to the show. Love the community and the banter. Oh, it's a pleasure. Absolute pleasure. That's what we're here for. I enjoy just the banter between us, the laughs that we tend to have, and sharing what everyone else wears. It's the beautiful thing of this hobby. Thanks for the super chat, Bud. Stick around. I hope Mount Pilates, Rob says. Dr. Bob. Stick around because we're going to see lots. I know you're an AP fan. We're going to see quite a few, as well as a special Patek. If you missed the beginning of the show, I had a loop of the most bizarre Nautilus that has ever been made that we will discuss later. You sent an email. Thank you, Luke. We'll definitely cover that through the next show, of course. Yeah, good fun. I love this watch. The Explorer is an awesome piece. And just bear in mind, I've never seen so many before on a show. We're going to be covering at least, I think, 6 Explorers, all modern Explorers, which is bizarre. It comes in waves, these submissions. It's great. Michael says the 36 will fit your wrist. Yeah, I'm also very interested in the 36 mil. Okay, moving on next. Daniel, again, beautiful scenery. Love the shot. It's great to see context, as well as the watch actually being used to explore. I think that's just special. Dan the Watchman last week sent in a beautiful 6.2 MAS Seiko, vintage, and I didn't save. I think he only sent this after the fact. We discussed this at length. I'll put a link to that last show in the corner of the screen if I remember. This is like an original from 1965. It's incredible, and the loom still works. I love it. And one thing I didn't mention in the show that I think is important, Eric will probably back me up on this. Seikos, especially back then, the way their looms were adjusted, they were like salt-based, actually. They had salt as like a reagent in the loom. And you can easily tell if a Seiko has experienced water damage, like a lot of these watches did. This one has been kept high and dry all its life, clearly, because the loom condition is spot on. And that's only because it hasn't been affected by any kind of water entering the case, which is amazing. Look at it. This watch, 1965, do the maths. That's like almost 60 years, right? 55 years. I don't know. I'm not going to try and carry the 4 alien. It does, right? Owl. It looks so good. Anyway, we've chatted about quite a lot of Seikos before the show starts. Another keeper. Keep a vintage 6.2 MAS in your collection. The first Seiko dive watch. You can't go wrong. And speaking of which, we have a very special watch up next from David. Blancpain 50 Fathoms, Aqualung from 1958. Yeah, just went there. For the vintage lovers, you can see why this watch is special. And as far as keeper watches go, do it. Scott says 56 years. Ooh, 56 is amazing, right? Watches age better than us. I think most of us can agree. The rancher likes this watch. I can see why. Beautiful. Original bezel insert, the dial patina is even. I'm pretty sure this was a radium, 1958. I think they were using radium dials back then. Just amazing. It's on a tropic strap, as it should be. And just a class act. Absolutely incredible. I love it. When he emailed me first, he said it was a 53. He got the numbers wrong. It's actually a 58. 53 was the year they were introduced. And didn't I do a video? I did. In the corner of the screen, Tornek Ravel. I'll put that there as a follow-up for the show. Tornek Ravel has just released or re-released a new model. It's been bought up again. And based on the Blancpain 50 Fathoms, it's got an awesome history and story. Without this watch, I don't think we would see the dive watch as it is today. It's that special. And this is technically a 50 fathoms, right? No, because it's 1,000. There's no 50 fathoms on the dial. So is it more the aqualung and not? I don't know. These vintage pieces have so many little quirks, but I love the fact the bezel is still intact. I believe it's Bakelite, and it's managed to crack at every quarter, which is a mind blow, right down the middle. It's beautiful. Yeah. Blancpain, if anyone from Blancpain is listening in, please do us all a favor and bring this watch back in a 40 millimeter size, 41 millimeters if you have to. Do it. We all love it. We will go after these like crazy people. Zaraha says this Blancpain is crazy. Yeah. Bezel looks oversized disproportionately, but they did that deliberately. So, I mean, there was no brief to designing a dive watch in the 50s. This was new, uncharted territory, and they did this solely because they wanted, I mean, the bezel is the most important part of the dive watch. I like that feature, that aesthetic. If I go back to that Seamaster of mine and see how different it is, this is 1958, mine's 1957. The bezels are completely different, and they have like two completely different applications. This one was leagues ahead when it came to being one for legibility, for purpose, being worn over suits, wetsuits, and all of that. It is such a pure example of what a dive watch should be and represented as. 40 millimeters and unlimited, as John says, yes. I mean, just think of the money you would make, Blancpain. Do us that favor, please. Are the hands new? Watching Finance is asking. It looks like the hands, we'll come back. It's difficult to tell. I mean, in off lighting, it looks the same, but it's difficult to tell. These could have easily been replacement hands. I'm sure if they were done pretty early on in the watch's life, if that's the case. Just a beautiful example. I'm so grateful that we can experience this kind of stuff on the show. David, thank you for sending this in. 1,000 feet, that's 300 meters. So I don't know how they rated these watches back then, but awesome. So awesome. And Turbo, let's get to the chat and then we'll move on to the next piece. Turbo says, I think Blancpain are smart enough to not cannibalize all 45 millimeter sales by only doing limited edition 40. Yeah. And that's it. They've worked themselves into this bubble now where they have to follow the 45 mil format, which is what they did in the early 2000s. Yeah. Blue shirt. Oh, you miss your Explorer. You can get them back. That's another nice thing. You can get them back today. I would easily rate this at 2.5 blains. Rancho, I would probably up you and say at least three blains for this piece. There is something special. Also, I mean, Blancpain, Blaine works pretty nicely, right, in a sentence. But just simple things like the crown hasn't been replaced. It's just fantastic. Such a superb watch. David, thank you. Moving on to the next David K. And I like the story. This was a screen grab, so squint your eyes to see the watch here in the description. So it's a CHNR GMT that we love, the two-tone root beer. The story is more special, though. His wife surprised him with a 114060 Submariner a couple of years back, I think. And he was basically hunting for the watch, and his wife kept on saying, don't buy it. No, don't do it. It's not worth it and all this stuff. And she ended up surprising him with it, which is great. And now he has just done the same with her getting this watch. He built up a relationship with his AD, and this is the result. And now he is so jealous and envious of this piece every time he sees it. So again, excuse the pixelatedness of the image. Squint your eyes. Forbin says, fluff up your loom, governor. Is that a movie reference? I should know. I don't know, Forbin. Great having you here, by the way. And Juan, thank you for the super chat. I have a bone to pick with you, Juan. We will get to you later on. Not too far along on the show. You have your own dedicated segment, and you sent in a record amount of submissions this week. You did say to keep them aside for coming weeks, but I decided to trim down the 70 to like 30 pieces that we will flick through fast, which should be fun. But yeah, it's great. I should hook up with the Suppo, always in the chat. I love it. I love it. If anyone is watching Le Mans at the moment, can someone please update me on how Glickenhaus is doing, if both cars are still running? I'd love to know. Hell, I hope they do well. At least finish the 24 hours. That would be good. It's a cool piece. The CHNR is a classic special watch. I think one that's going to last a long time. David, the two Davids, thank you for sending these in. We have another David. So we have David H, David K, and David R. I've decided to attach surnames to every single one of these submissions from now on because, as you can see, it gets a bit diversified. David R sends in a Citizen ProMaster Diver, and it's another great watch. I think, honestly, when we look at Citizen as a brand, the dive watches especially, geez, what a description I left here. They really fulfill the criteria of a dive watch more than any other, really. When you look at their price tag and all those factors, they're pretty unique, and most divers swear by them. So that's pretty special. We're talking about keeper watches. That CHNR is another just great story around the subject. A little bit of a tangent. So he bought this watch in 2018, the Citizen, and it was the very first automatic watch I ever bought. Still madly in love with this one, and it's interesting how something so small and affordable can mean so much. Question mark. Yeah, I agree. Fully agree. Price is so irrelevant, and it works out well in this category too. Prices, when it comes to watch collecting, doesn't mean much. If it speaks to you, if it's one that makes that impact, that initial impact, it's something that's worth staying. And yeah, I mean, I love it. What else was I going to say? Something that slipped my mind. I was talking about price, and then, I don't know, more coffee. We'll get back in. Hold on a sec. I buy it from you for 3.2 Blaines. So Blaine is now a currency on the channel. It's official. This is going to be fun. More Machu Picchu blend in the system. So again, Citizen divers are pretty special. This being the ProMaster. Another thing I wanted to say is that this was his first watch. So regardless, it's always going to have that level of sentimentality to it in your collection, which I really like. It's a great facet there when it comes to collecting. Beautiful shot too on the log. Nice on the log in the forest or wherever. Nice display. And the case is in good shape. I mean, I like how it's been formed around there. It's got a bit of zin to it. Very 1980s, I think. Bitblaine. Is that going to be the new currency? Bitblaine. Oh my gosh, you guys are the worst. Megan in the chat saying the root beer is beautiful watch, but it's such a scratch magnet, making it a princess that sits in the watch box more often than it should. Yeah, again, sorry for the pixelation. It's that thing where I'm at that stage. I think I'd probably be the same way if I owned this watch, where I would just say, stuff it. It's going anywhere. Just wear the thing, regardless of the scratches. And in time, I think you would learn to embrace them. It's almost like when you get into jewelry and stuff like that, where it's all highly polished. And then once you wear it over time, it starts getting tarnished. And, it meets a point where it's not too flashy, but it's not completely matte, I love it. Okay, Blaine C. So we should call it Blaine Coin, don't you think? We had Bitblaine. I think Blaine Coin makes more sense. No? I like it. David, thank you. All the Davids, thank you. We were jumping to Dear Artifact next. And I mean, how cool is this? This wasn't by accident. This wasn't on purpose. But we have two watches on logs simultaneously. We have Citizen and then a Tudor on a log. Are we going to call it a log shot? Is this the next thing? Last week we had bird shot, which was pretty special. Log shot next. No toilet humor, please. We're a mature channel here. I don't require that log in the presentation. We can go with natural occurring logs. Okay, let's do it. Citizen reference, Andreas says, as far as I know, he just called it the ProMaster Diver. If you just Google it, Citizen ProMaster Diver, you'll get the full spec. So I'm getting Eric saying NY 1240 New Year, New York. I don't know what. Oh, that's the reference. Okay, good, Eric. I think that's what you're referring to. Yeah, I love it. I love it there. And I see Megan's going on an evening run. Are you going on a run now? Good luck. Okay. I'll keep you motivated. If you're listening to the show, I'll keep you motivated as you're running. I hope it's not raining where you are at the moment either, because it's terrible where I am. Yeah, it's good. Nice piece. They occur naturally too. They do, Mouse Man. I know. But you know what I mean. Something made by nature, not something produced by nature. Is that better? Not something passed through. Something that's been grown. Natural logs grow where it's not a byproduct. How's that? Black Bay 58, we love it. Dear Artifact, you're a legend. We love your photographs. They are super high res, the most ridiculous quality. And he also sent in one on the wrist that we can enjoy. He loves his 58. And as far as a keeper watch goes in a collection, he's not the only one who believes this is going to be one for the collection. I think it's going to stand the test of time, and it's an awesome watch. It's amazing how this watch has managed to do what it has in the collecting sphere, and how so many people are now interested in the brand because of it. And Megan saying Bitblane. Yep, Bitblane, the wood watch. Yeah, I'm loving this. I'm loving the chat. It's great. It is great. So the 58 special, I must say it's one that has definitely grabbed me a lot. And fingers crossed, by the end of this year, we're going to see a Marine Nationale collaboration, and that's going to be fun. If they do that right and they create their version of the Snowflake, that's going to be amazing. Yeah, and again, Megan, enjoy your run, really. At what time is it? Midnight, that side of the world. I will definitely try to keep you motivated. Don't know how, but we will. I'll like play some rocky music, or I'll hum a tune for you to go running with. 3 weeks straight for me since picking it up. Mezzanine, I think Mezzanine, you did send in, maybe it was you who sent in a selection. There's someone who sent in a Black Bay. We'll get to you later. And what has come from the Black Bay collecting. Okay, going to carry on through. Dear Artifact also sent in a Hamilton W10. Like I said in the beginning, field watches, we all deserve them. I think as far as keeper watches go in a collection, you should have a field watch. It fulfills so many requirements and needs, I think, in our day-to-day life. One of those pieces you can just pick up, throw on, wind, and go. That's the beauty. The Blaine Bay 58, Rancher. Hey, you got it. You got it. The Blaine Bay. I'm sorry to all the Blaines out there who feel offended by your name being used so flippantly. The Blaine has now become a part of the show, I think. It's almost established now. We have so many Blaines. Blaine Coin, Bitblane, Blaine Bay. Now we're going to have music lyrics very soon, I recommend. Okay, so yeah, again, Megan, enjoy your run. 5 miles, good. Enjoy. It's going to be awesome. It's nothing better than an evening run, actually. It's so quiet. There's no cars on the road. It's tranquil. There's nothing there to get in your way. So Hamilton W10, I think they call this the Pilot, the Hamilton Pilot Mechanical, one of those things. Also love how he's matched the strap with the loom on the dial. And I've done the same thing with an RS65. I think it works so nicely when you match Khaki with the faded loom. Also just dig the texture that this watch has. Great value for money, this piece, I think, too. It's not, when you compare it next to the Hamilton Khaki in the same category, the Khaki, I think, has a better movement, I believe, and has a few other little attributes, like it's got a sapphire crystal and some other things. But for what you're getting here, if you get it secondhand, I would recommend. The W10 is a goodie. It's a good piece. Okay. And I'm seeing random numbers crop up on the screen, Hans. I don't know if those are the cars currently running in Le Mans. Let me know. Dear Artifact, thank you as always, sir. If you're joining in later, hey, wouldn't you know, we're seeing an Explorer. So this is from Dominic, and it is now the reference 124270. A quick guide for anyone out there who doesn't know the difference. Let's see if I can find it quickly for us. So the difference between these two, quickly on the dials. Look at the text. The way this watch now has 3 lines of text at the top. Explorer is now the top. And with the earlier variant, Explorer was at the base of the dial, which I kind of preferred, actually. I liked it when it wasn't so cluttered at the top. Also notice they've done a few other things. The length of superlative chronometer officially certified is a bit longer in width, same as Oyster Perpetual. That's also gained a bit more width. So we look at it again and you'll see same but different. It's so hard to tell when you look at it immediately, but yeah, like it. 36 millimeter, the new size, the new style. These watches, apparently, I've been told, are quite easy to find in authorized dealers. So if you have 5, 6, 7 grand to burn in your pocket, pick up an Explorer, go for it. Why not? Enjoy it. Looked better below, indeed. It did. I think it does make it a bit more cluttered at the top. I know this 3-line is more true to the 36 and how it was originally done. But there is something nice about having, the cluttering is a little bit heavy at the top, especially when you're wanting to read it. You kind of want to run your eyes down the dial. So Rolex, Oyster Perpetual, and then as you roll your eyes down, you see Explorer. It almost forces you to look at this a bit more, which is good. Reading typeface is important when you're presenting any product, actually, when it comes to packaging. You want the user to be able to follow the lines of script all the way down. And I think as much as they're trying to call back to the original 36s, they could have just referred to the the modern take on how the Explorer tech should be arranged. Plagiarists all. Yes, that's it. That is it. What is the point of relating watches to modes of transport? Planes, trains, and automobiles. Julian, I love it. This is going to be the best. Oh, God, it's so good. What an amazing movie. It's just so good. It's one of those classics. I need to watch it again. John Candy. God, he's so annoying, but it's such a good film. God, the Blaine X Perpetual. This is going to be brutal. To the Blaines. Again, enjoy the banter. So we have a slight loom shot taken here. And he also sent in a shot of the watch at an angle, which I dig. And, as most of us know who have experienced modern Rolexes, these flat sapphire crystals, love them or hate them, they can be glare monsters, I think by design, just to get more attention and flash on the face of it. But what a beautiful case. I love the 36mm size. I can't wait to experience one of these. I think I'll fall head over heels. And it really sparks my jealousy when I see so many of these submitted to the show. Snakes on the Blaine. Oh my God. I'm just going to read these out as the show goes. It's going to be so fun. Another shot that Dominic sent in, beautiful Explorer, is this. And this, I think, is even more special, more fun. So it's the Panda variant. I don't know if is this the Japanese Tokyo edition? Correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is the Tokyo edition Speedmaster, but he sent it on 2 different straps. And the maker of the strap, I've never heard of this name, Deluxe and Fluco. Deluge, I don't know how to say it. Deluge and Fluco as the brand. Awesome looking leather straps. He sent it on a beige and then also on a coffee beige finish. And yeah, love Speedmasters. I think this is the only other Speedmaster we're going to see on the show. Junior Johnson, welcome. You've joined at a good time. We're just bashing Blaine in the chat. All the Blaine names. JDM, I think it is Justin. Maybe someone in there, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe this is the Tokyo edition. One of them, at least. Great watch. And working on straps. Something amazing about watches that you can just switch out straps and change the look of it completely. This was done well. Okay, it's 35.4. You're kidding me, Julian. Are you serious? 35.4? That's insane. To not know that. Surely it would be closer to like 36. How can they round it up when the number's not even halfway? Huh. Still, I look forward to experiencing it. I do love a 36mm Rolex. There's something that just speaks to me of that bygone era, and it's great that they're bringing them back to everyone who doesn't enjoy them. It would have been nice if they made an intermediate model. I think it was a bit of a fail just cutting the 39 line completely. They should have done a 37.5, 38mm or something that managed to blend both worlds together. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're still hearing us, just hold on. Hold on a sec. I think we're back. Just bear with me for a second. The big screen looks like it's synced up. The other one isn't. I think we're back on. Hold on. Oh, I love this. I love it when this happens. So of course, we have a bit of a rainstorm going out at the moment. I've probably lost a lot of you. The laptop is just catching up with the show. We're having a bit of a rain. There we go. We're back. Good. Rain is happening. Actually, over the road, I've had construction work happening where they've had to replace cabling. So for some reason, some of these companies manage to play around with Wi-Fi and signal at like 1 a.m, midnight, and all of that. We're good. Great. We've gone cross-eyed. Sorry about that, everyone. There's still 150 of you watching. Thank you for sticking with me. That's just what happens, you know, these shows. What's amazing, remember, we're on episode 30 of the show at the moment. And what I've learned over those 30 episodes is to chill, is to just relax, take it as it comes. If you do drop out, don't panic, don't lose your cool. Just sit with it, just have a laugh and keep on going. So it worked. It's good. Blame it on the rain. You guys are great. I love this. I love it. Yeah, it's bad that a worker blames his tools, right? So getting back to the Speedmaster again before I get back to the chat. Beautiful shot on the wrist, silver dial. That's just stunning. Dominic, thank you for sending this in. We were just speaking about Explorer 2s, and we now have an Explorer 2. We will cover in a sec. Oh, hold on. Oh, don't you just love Wi-Fi and how beautiful it is? Blame it on the weather. Blame it on the rain. Yeah, so what happened was just some kind of internet cut. It happens pretty often in the early evening. I don't know why. Internet service provider just decides, hey, let's screw with them and cut it for a couple of seconds and see what happens. So it's good to be back. Thank you, everyone who've stuck around. I don't know if you just saw a black screen as that was going on, but it's always good. Okay, Dr. Bob, you're up next. And there was mention about just how great the dial is. It's beautiful. I don't know who commented that because the chat has been going mad while I've been away. But it's good to be back. Yeah, stunning watch. Really stunning. And getting to the Explorer 2s, I have this belief that they just tried to bring more people to the Explorer 2. The fact that they can't fit the 36 mil on their wrists anymore. The 42 is now that in between that they can get into. So did I just get mugged? It was wild over there. Yeah, right. My house just got broken into, and internet, the whole electricity got cut, and no, the Wi-Fi just went for some reason. It does do that sometimes. This being August the 21st, my lucky day. Don't tell me the audio is cut again, please. Can you comment 1 in the chat if it's good? Oh God. Oh no, Edwin, don't say that. Okay, so we're talking about this watch again. Back to these two. Someone please tell me that the audio is okay. Okay, good. Thanks. Explorer 2. This being the, is this the new reference or the old? I can't even remember. What are they? No, this is the old, because the script is a little bit thick. Okay, lots of ones. Good. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Like being back in Kryfontein. Thank you, Eric. Have I tried reblaning my router? Funny, the router's on the other side of the house, which is a bit of a problem. So no, but I just refreshed and disconnected, reconnected, and it worked. This being the earlier generation, I can never get the reference, 216750, I think. And then what I love, this is what makes this shot so great. We've had husband and wife shots. We've had brothers and sisters. We've had fathers and daughters. And now we have a father and son shot. What an awesome son to get a master chronograph from JLC on the wrist. It's just beautiful. And he also took a shot of the blue hands to enjoy. This theme of keeper watches seems to be returning back. I mean, these two pieces are ones that deserve to stay, especially JLC again is one that manages to stay in the collection. This one, definitely. JLC, there's a good comment from Ziraha saying discontinuation. Hold on. And I see the ranch is having fun with Blaine. Thanks for that. So Blaine is our new call sign too. Readers' wives. So Ziraha says, I do not understand why they discontinued JLC Master Control chronograph. To me, it's quite sleek. Yeah. They did a couple. They seem to always be like revising the Master Control line. I've noticed that. They've got a couple of generations of these pieces now. And the chrono is incredible here. Value for money. I think this is the model still with the gold rotor at the back, which is awesome. So much to like about this piece. I believe it's automatic. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the balance, I mean, look where the 60 is on the dial. The running seconds is in the center. I mean, it's just how a chronograph should be arranged. The date, you can argue, it's a love it or hate it. Lasse Bon Olsen, welcome. I don't know if you missed the little internet cutout that we just had, but that was fun. And another small zoom in onto the blue hands that this watch has. JLC, just yet another JLC that deserves to be kept in the collection. Is the JLC quartz? It is definitely not, Dan. It is definitely not. Insane in the membrane. Oh god, this is good. A lot going on in the dial, but it has clarity. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Also like how not only do the batons correspond with the hands, but the colors. Notice how the colors of the hands make sense. The blued hands for the chronograph, the silver hands for the time telling, which I really like. It's okay. Continue. Thank you, Edwin. It's automatic and only 10 mils thick. Master watchmaker, JLC, incredible. I wonder, I think we have another Reverso later, but that's it. Beautiful watch. Another keeper in the collection for sure. Absolutely adore it. Nice battens. Yeah, love it. Love it too. Okay, we're jumping to 121 click bezel. And Ron, the shrink, is joining us. Welcome, Ron. It's great having you here. I haven't seen you in ages. Subdial's too close. If they should have some differentiation from the rest of the dial color-wise. Also notice something. This is what I also like about the piece. I didn't mention. Notice the size of the subdials relative to the running seconds. I like the fact that these are slightly oversized, and they do make more sense when it comes to reading the chronograph. It's nicely done. It is nice and clean. Old school. I didn't even realize it's a pulsation dial. We're really going nuts with JLC. I mean, we love it. I'd love to add one to the collection one day. Special watch. Really awesome. Okay, we're going to carry on to Dylan. 121 click bezel. The date is deep. It is, right? Check it out. What's up with the dial being so thick? I don't know. That is crazy. That's like a solid 10 mils down there. I wonder what that's about. So that could be a bit of a flaw actually in a watch, because the shadow from this depth would probably get in the way of the date, maybe in certain view angles. Interesting. So that must mean the movement is so ridiculously thin in this watch. I love it. JLC just nails it every time. Jumping to our man, 121 click bezel. He sent in his favorite shots where he manages to take these extremely good quality photographs, but also ones that capture the loom very nicely. And when it comes to keeper watches, I think all of these fall into that line in his collection. He has specific tastes for outliers, for sure. I mean, here's an IWC chrono that he absolutely adores, and also has the Seamaster with the silver dial. Now, he is a pilot professionally, so the Air King makes the most amount of sense, and the IWC. I dig it. Also, looking at the bezel, is this like a plastic cling film you put over the top of it? Or am I seeing things? I don't know. It's one way to protect the bezel, I guess. Put a plastic wrap around it. Yeah, that's what she said. Right, carrying on in the chat. Great photo. It's beautiful. He always takes amazing shots. He has these dark light photographs too, like really low light, where you can enjoy the loom on the hands and everything there. And the Air King, next to the Milgauss, that video that I did 2 weeks ago, is another watch that deserves love and appreciation. Stickers. He's got stickers on the watch still, Clive. Can you believe it? Taking a hit from the coffee, and I'll be with you again. So Forban says, makes the date, throw a bevel on it. Yeah, makes the date more interesting. I agree with that statement. I know that was probably done with a bit of sarcasm, but yes, I think adding a bevel, adding a framing around it, whether it's painted or whatever, makes a big difference. It does. Would highly recommend anyone out there who's designing a watch with a date complication. Stickers. God, when was the last time we saw Rolex with stickers on it? Man? Yeah, the Air King is cool. Of course, my gripe that I'm not going to rotate it. I might break the preview page, but the 5 is an interesting spot. We've been down that road enough times. Reflections, I would say maybe it is a reflection. Could be. But then I get close in and I see there's like a hair stuck underneath it. This is such a good photograph that you can see, and it's like peeled in places, and maybe some of it's coming off. And there's a bubble there, an air bubble. I don't know. I have worked in packaging before. Maybe I'm wrong. It's difficult to tell. Still, looks great. And the IWC, nice sector dial, great brushing and finishing there. The loom is incredible on this watch. We're going to see a couple of IWC chronos later on, which are going to be good. And oh my God, we're running the show for 70 minutes. No, it's been longer than that. It's been 1 hour and 20 minutes. My stream is wrong. What are we going to do? There's so many watches this week. Oh my God. Bear with me. I think I need to take a hit of the whiskey soon. A hair. Yes, Shaz, a hair. Gotta love it. We get down and dirty on the show. Dried breakfast on the bezel. That's it. Look at the loom on this watch and the sword hands. It's So IWC, I dig it. Okay, we're going to carry on to the Seamaster. I think this is the only professional Seamaster that we're going to see. Yeah, the show always has these waves where we often see like explorers separated, and then we see a show dominated by Seamaster professionals, and so it goes. This IWC has a JLC vibe. Yeah, why? That's not bad. Not a bad point there. The numerals, I think, speak to it pretty well. Okay, hitting the Talisker 10. I'll be with you in a moment. Mentioning from Seif saying, I kind of enjoy the cutoff numerals. They can work. There are a couple of examples. Should I just let me go back up one more time? Since these shows tend to be lectures more than anything else, the big I actually address this in the video, but the cutoff numerals do work very well in some cases. Notice how the 2 and the 4 have been cut off quite a lot here, and the big I takes up the presence. We then shift our attention to the 10 and the 8 on the other side. Squint your eyes and see how these 2 numerals are quite domineering on that end, where this side, the dominance is taken up by the big I dial. It's a subtle exercise in balance that was completely by accident, I think, but works well. I don't know if I can explain it any better. Notice the 10 and the 8 have a lot more presence next to the 2 and the 4. Yeah, it's a funky thing. The design exercise behind this watch, I've really loved like the deep dive into it and its background. So back to the IWC. Just another great example of a watch, well balanced. I do love that typeface that they've used on this dial. It's stunning. Martin, welcome. Good evening. Bed and wife calling. Have a great show. Oh, it's a pleasure having you here. Thank you. We've had, thank you, Clive. I'll get to that comment in a second. We've had a interesting past hour, I think. The brown eye, as Clive says. I would love a tropical dial, big eye, because then I would definitely call it the brown eye, and it would work so well in a in discussion. I love it. I love it. So Ziraha says, cutoff numerals add to the dynamic. Like the dial is alive. Register do not care about the cutoff and numerals on the main dial. Yeah. Add some more character to it, I think. And the Seamaster, love it or hate it, it's a beast. It's a great watch to get into for the hobby. Julian saying Spitfire Doppel chronograph. I didn't know that was a reference. Check out the JLC caliber 630 quartz. Everyone out there, Dan has just mentioned it. Be very interested. I would love to know how thick that movement would be. Okay, moving next. Dylan, thank you for these. 121 if you're in the chat. We're jumping to our man Eric next. I don't know if he is still with us, but helium release valve. Hold on a sec. Why I can't see the Blaine release valve. The Blaine eye. Oh, God. So we just had a look at a true vintage 50 fathoms. Now, our man Eric collects everything dive watches. He had a Daytona a couple of weeks back. One of those Panda, no, not the Panda, the black ceramic Daytona that he sold within the week because he couldn't wear it. And he does love modding his Seikos. So he has a 55 fathoms mod example here. And it's just cool. The Seiko modding community, not only is the Seiko community huge, but the modding community is getting just ridiculous. It's a world on its own. So you can do this. You can send in your SKX or your Marine Master or Pro Master, whatever. Send it in, or you can just build it in from parts. NH35 movement, throw in a 55 fathoms dial, sapphire capped bezel, whatever you like, and you can just go to town. Have fun with it. Again, it's affordable fun. And I think that's what makes Seiko so great. You have Seikos out there that are really worth collecting and owning, and then you have others that you can have fun with and play with because it's like $100, and you can get your own flair out of the piece if you like. Eric, what on earth? Ruined 2 seconds hands trying this. Oh, it's the worst. Putting the second hand into the worst part. You have to be so delicate with that final step. Yeah, I can understand. I wonder how much dirt you've trapped on that dial as well. That's on the crystal, of course. But yeah, I love it. Such a cool, just a fun exercise. Remember when Seikos were affordable? Yeah, see, I mean, good points. We're going to chat about Seiko 5s later on when I get there, and I'll discuss my experience with one. Yeah, mad scientist, glorious. I love it. Eric, thank you as always. We're going to jump to another Eric. This is Eric W. What did he send us again? A Zin. Okay. So this, I believe in California, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe Montana, I don't know. I mean, this could be anywhere in the States, right? And he's rocking a Zin. Is this a 556 Correct me if I'm wrong, people. I probably saved this at 3 in the morning, so I probably got it wrong, but this is our first Zin, and we love Zin on the show. I think there are a couple more. I don't know. Is it the reference 556? Correct me. So Forbin says, stippled light filtered through the leaves above washes across the surface of that 55 fabulous fathoms. Now, that sounds like a passage from Shakespeare's Tempest. Maybe I'm completely off. It does sound like poetry, a bit Elizabethan. But thank you for that. 556. I got it right. Okay, so it is. What did I say? It's 556. That's it. Great looking piece. Zin is a brand out there that I think, sadly, they are upping their prices today, which is a bit of a pity for us who want to experience these watches. But they do so many things right. And I've been looking hard at the EZM line. I want to make another video and discussion around the EZM because all the pieces they have in those categories are amazing. Speaking about the Explorer that we have already and field watches, here is another example of a watch that you can get into. The rancher would probably be able to emphasize how important contrast is with this watch. That's what Zin does. And I mean, the date window framing is great. I didn't even notice it until now. It's so well hidden down there. It looks photoshopped. It's great. I love it. Crown guards are nicely done. Great size. It's probably like 39 mils, maybe less. I love it. Ben Space Vulture, welcome. Zins are masculine. That's a good point, Ron. There are a few watches out there that I think are as masculine as Zin as a brand, don't you think? Like referring to their dive watches, their chronos, they all feel pretty aggressive, actually distinctly German in the way they're done, the way they're designed. I like that point. Good shot there. And love the EZM F. Oh, I just picked it up. Oh, Insta Blaine. Blaine, you're the star of the show this week. I adore them too. EZM 11, EZM 1.1. I was actually looking at it as an EZM 1 and EZM 7s are also great. So many. Why not drop the watches on the list? Call it over in 34 minutes. Why not drop the watches on the list? I mean, just like run through them fast. I could do that, but then it would just ruin the discussion. Okay, I'm going to carry on through. Eric, we've got another shot from you, which I loved. And I didn't get the name of the stadium where you were where this shot was taken, but super cool. Baseball game, of course, now you can actually go and watch. And the North Flag. I think we featured his watch last week. Such a cool piece. The North Flag is just one of those unsung heroes in the storyline. Resale value a tenner. We're talking about the 55 fathoms, yeah. And Psycho Chico Man saying Panerai, similar Panerai aesthetics. When I look at this, I think Bell and Ross. Actually, that's the first thing that comes to mind. The typeface and the way the dial's done, it looks almost exact to Bell and Ross. I don't know who did it first. Maybe Bell and Ross did it first. Correct me there. But the North Flag is a great little piece. It's one of those just underrated watches. If Tudor were to recreate the Ranger, they could release it under the North Flag line and make a killing. We said this last week during the last show. There's so much they could do with this line. Shout out to Blaine. Rogers Center, Eric, thank you. I mean, you guys would obviously know your baseball pretty well. And where these stadiums are, I mean, it's great. American stadiums, man, I can't get over the size of them. It's incredible. Oh, I need to visit the States and just do all of this. I want to watch an NFL, NHL, NBA, MLB. Aren't you impressed that I know all this stuff coming out of Africa? I want to watch all those sports in stadiums, especially a big game, an NFL game, especially like full, what do they call it? The game, I don't know, the big turnaround game, whatever the hell it's called. I'm thinking game 6, but that's NBA. So, oh God, NBA sucks. Canadian instead. Now we're going to have debates going on. This is going to be fun. Yeah, I love it. So Eric, beautiful watch. I love how it starts the conversation about sports and everything there. Sky Dome. Oh my God, what have I done? Mornay Stain could kick that. He sure could kick that stadium, Eric. Yep, he would. And only the South Africans and probably the English would know what I'm talking about. Mornay Stain and his boot. All right, carrying on to Eros. Eric, thank you for this. Surprise, surprise. You won't believe it. Another Explorer. This one's cool because he picked it up. He's an American citizen, but he picked it up in Mexico. He was able to find it very easily. And he's had some interesting experiences with boutiques in the US, especially in New York. He was given quite a mouthful from a rep in an AD in New York. and that kind of soured the whole relationship that he had. So he just managed to pick up this watch going through Mexico. It was very easy, apparently, next to the States. So that's something to pay attention to. You want Rolex, go to Mexico. I think I've just ruined everyone who had a chance in Mexico, because now everyone's going to do it. Okay, college football is the biggest. Oh, this is going to. Okay, I'm going to quickly run through some of these comments because I do love my sports. I definitely recommend checking out a Chiefs game in KC. The food is ridiculous. Okay, University of Michigan Stadium holds over 100,000. God, it'd be so fun. Would be so fun. I mean, oh, love it. And I love, most of you probably know, I love NFL. I don't know much about hockey, ice hockey, but when it comes to football, I'm a big fan. I've learned a lot about the game, and I find it pretty fascinating. Rizab says I have to take a quick break, cut the grass. We'll still be going in 20 minutes, don't worry. But I do love the fights in hockey, though. There's something great about how the fights are like all sanctioned. Do you even get penalized when you fight in hockey? Correct me there, because I love it. I mean, that's what all sports should be. You fight it out and then you carry on. There shouldn't be penalties and everything against that. I think it should just happen. It should be as hard as possible, knock each other out if that's the case, and just carry on playing. It's the beauty of sports. I don't think it needs to be so like wishy-washy. Yeah, great. Also a great shot from Eros of this piece. 36 mil on the wrist. Again, the typeface gives it away. 3 lines at the top. 5 minutes for fighting. So you get penalized. You go on the bench for 5 minutes. That sucks. Oh, that sucks. Not too bad, because in games like rugby, it's 10 minutes on the bench if you get a yellow. So that's not too bad either. But then, how many aside in hockey? This is going to be fun. Let's keep talking. How many aside? Is it like 12 players aside? Okay, moving on next, Eros. Next up, we're going to Philippe. He sent in a ton of watches that I'm going to run through quickly. And very diligently, one of his shots almost made the cover, which we will cover in a second. Cassio's Swordfish, 200-meter water resistance. At least I think it's a swordfish, because it has a sword on it. It's a marlin. What do you call it? The Casio Marlin. Nice looking watch. I don't know where he is, at a water park somewhere in the world. And he sent in a whole range of one of my favorite shots, actually. We were chatting about, what was the brand earlier? Citizen, and how their divers are good. Casio divers, I didn't even know that was a thing, but awesome. So there's only 6, the Duro, thank you for that, Zeroha. So there are only 6 aside. Ooh, that's a difficult thing, because, I mean, you lose one player. And does that include the keeper, the goalkeeper? Wow, that is difficult. Because, I mean, you know, you lose one player, that's a big difference. Same in rugby. It's 15 aside. You lose one, 14 on one. There's a big gap. You'd be surprised at how much of a difference it makes losing one player. Crazy. So it's called the Casio Duro. Thank you, everyone. He didn't give me names or descriptions of these pieces, so I just sort of thumb sucked. I like the name Swordfish. Call it the Marlin. Leave it there. I think it looks great. Also enjoy the little insignia on it. It's cool. Moving on next to the Cassie Oak. This was very close to being a cover photo shot, actually. The gray dial people are loving. I think the collector space are really getting behind it. And this watch has segued so many more collectors into the hobby now, which is pretty special. 6, including the goalkeeper. I can't believe it. I always thought it was more. But I guess on the actual field, when you see 12 players, it looks like a lot. So that's something. Yeah, awesome. Taking a hit from the coffee again. The god awful Casio Duro. Yeah, do they have a good rap? A bad rap? I really don't know. And Turbo says usually a total of 20 bench per game. 4 lines of forwards, 3 on the ice at a time, and 3 pairs of defensemen. Very interesting. I do love it. I mean, also love how NFL, you've got defense and offense, and it's a whole different squad that comes on. That's so different to most other sports, you know? It's fascinating. Sports are good fun. Yeah, can leave it at there, because I know there probably aren't many sports fans in the chat. I don't know. It's difficult to tell, difficult to gauge. Drop the gloves. That's the reference of when they actually do have a punch up, right? I'd be amazed at the speed. Yeah, I mean, I've watched some of it. Ice hockey is so fast. And the puck travels at like 120 miles an hour. Love the Grey Casio. It's an awesome watch. I'm sure we will cover that in the future. It deserves a good review, I think. And this was his first luxury watch. Most of us can relate. We're referring back to keeper watches. Most of us can relate to Tag Heuer. as a piece in a collection. I don't know. So it's a Formula One big date. I don't know what the reference is exactly, but this is one piece that will stay because it has that sentimentality. And a lot of us here got into the watches because of Tag Heuer. I mean, one of the first that actually caught my attention was the Jack Heuer Carrera. It's a beautiful example with this red stitching underneath. I really like that watch, and it got me caught on this train. I've always been, following them since. Amazing. So now they're talking about fighting in the chat. I don't even love football and NBA. This is going nuts. They're known as line changes. Oh my gosh, this is going to be good. So this is the tag that Steve's saying, this is the tag that Obama wore. I mean, Tag Heuer. So many of us got into the hobby because of it. I mean, I would say like at least half of us here probably followed these watches through the early 2000s, late 90s. Dan's saying, do the Brits enjoy the NFL games that travel to the UK? I didn't even know they played games here. No. I mean, this is the first time I've heard of it. If that's the case, then I need to follow that. That'll be awesome. Amazing. Nope, I did not know that story. Carrying on with Philippe's stuff, he sent in a whole range. G-Shock Square, I think. The steel square, I think it is. Stainless steel. Another great shot of this watch. Worth looking at. Is it quartz? It might be. Mr. Adjay's might be very much. No, again, I did not know that NFL traveled to this side of the world. Very interesting. I'm based from KC, but I still Bill Jackson. Oh god, greatest athletes. I don't know what's going on. Now we're chatting about where's the Blaine commentary gone? It's so good. Okay, taking another hit from the Talisker. I'll be with you in a moment. Jack Heuer sounds like a movie Matt Damon would star in. Sure does, Justin. Yeah, Jack Heuer has a great history. These G-Shocks have gotten a lot of praise and attention. I believe they've just been released. Correct me. It's so hard to keep track. I just know it's a G-Shock Square. It's the original. But I don't know about the metal finish. I think that's one of the latest things they've done with these pieces. They usually play at Wembley. Amazing, Neil. I did not know that. Well, I'm going to keep in touch, keep track. How do they even follow the lines on the field? Because I mean, you guys go yard by yard. It's very different to meters. God, that'd be very interesting to see. Did they repaint the whole field? Next up from Philippe is a Q Timex. This watch, I mean, when this watch was released, it was all the buzz. Remember, it was like 2 years ago. We were chatting about this watch so much. I loved it. I found it to be such an interesting take on an original watch that they did back in the day. And now it's fallen by the wayside. We have so many. The Q Timex line now has so many variances, like Batman configurations, and I think Hodinkee did a white dial model, and it just goes on and on. Looks like he's replaced it with a flat link oyster bracelet. I do like this on the mesh. It does speak to its time and its era. Oh my gosh, the chat is going mad with sport. Jacksonville and NFL. I'm super naive. I probably don't know half the stuff you guys are talking about with regards to states and teams and players, your side of the world. But thank you for sharing. I'm sure that the conversation must be good in the chat. Lack of water resistance kills the watch. Are you talking about this one, Ron? Yeah, I mean, look, it's how much do they cost? Like $100? I can't even remember. But good fun. I think they've always have this fun element to them. They also don't act like true GMTs. They don't have a GMT hand. They have a 24-hour bezel, but that's not even a 12-hour bezel. Day-date complication. It's a weird beast. Another cover photo contender. It was really close. And he sent in a shot of a Seiko 5, which I wanted to talk about. This is the same case as mine, I believe. This having Arabic elements to the dial. I don't know how the day-date system works on these pieces. But Seiko 5, these ones especially, are still... There was a mention in the comment a while... I think Seif actually mentioned in the comments that Seiko 5s are not affordable anymore. They've become Seikos in general have become difficult to get for good prices. And I think this category of Seiko 5, you can still find bargains. Very good prices. Can't wait to discuss mine, because if you adjust for inflation and everything there, it equals out to being the same price it would have costed in the 60s, which is amazing. I mean, what other brand today can produce a watch that costs the same now as it would have then? like 60 years down the line. It's incredible. So yeah, I look forward to discussing that eventually. The London Games, Birmingham Hard. Again, I don't know what is cracking in the chat. I'm just going to leave it for a while to simmer down because sports have just taken over the page, and keep on. I can just keep on rambling. That's good. I liked this watch. So this is the Solar Prospex Solar. I don't know if it's a tuna or a turtle or maybe a tuna by the look of the case. I love the balance on this dial. It reminds me of the Ocean 2000 and the way the dial's balanced with the batons and the hands and the bezels nicely done. Honestly, one of my favorite looking Seikos I've seen in the dive watch category. Look where the date position is at the 4 o'clock. It's framed, so it looks like it's been thrown in there. So Ziraya says the new Seiko 5 sell for, is that CA? Is that euros? I don't know what's going on. So 125. Yeah, I mean, I found some, the latest Seiko 5s that I've been seeing crop up, like they've gone in a direction of making field watches and stuff lately. They're going for £300 or something. I don't know what's happening. They're all trying to just bump up their prices to match competitors like Tudor and all of those. And I don't know if it's going to be successful for them. The Seiko 5 has always been that one that's supposed to be there for everyone. It's the every person watch. And I think, going against that will be a bit detrimental. Jags are looking up, talking more about sports. I'm guessing Jaguars. Okay, looks like a monster. Could easily be Ron. I love how the batons are done on this, though. Don't you think it's interesting how the quarters are a bit thicker and it's all nicely spaced? The hands make sense. The crown looks huge. I'm guessing that's it threaded in as well. That's a crazy big crown on this model. Still looks great. I do love that balance, as you would expect. Bottle cap is its nickname, Eric. Oh, I love that. I love that. Oh, I need to get one of these. Look at the texture on the dial too. I think I need to get myself one of these because it looks so good on the Tropic strap. This is one of my favorite watches you've sent in, Philippe. Do this again. And then, of course, he sent in a Seiko Turtle. I'll never get these references right. SBDC 109 or whatever, on a blue rubber strap, which matches nicely with the date complication, which is why I think he did it. Sunburst dial. Of course, it's undersized, but a lot of the time it's difficult to find straps that fit in these categories. It's good to have that versatility. And are we still chatting about sports? Or are we talking about Jags? Tuna without the bezel surround. Definitely Solar Tuna without the bezel surround. Thanks for that, Jimmy Galahad. Cool name. Mezzanine Beast, cool watch. Is interesting. Zuraha says CA means circa. Okay, got it. Thanks for that. Which means around. Good. Thank you for that. So 125 euros. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Just remember, I've been doing this for almost 2 hours, and the coffee and alcohol definitely are mixing up nicely in the system. Gotta love a turtle. Seiko turtles are always a gem. And last but not least, I called this one the Seiko toner because I had no idea what it's actually called. Can someone give me a reference number, maybe? Really cool dial. It's like a dove gray. Even has a matching date window to it. I would imagine it's a Seiko quartz movement, judging by the way the subdials are done. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I am wrong. No, 24-hour time. I feel like this is a Mecha quartz that they're probably using on this piece. And Seiko Mecha quartz are amazing. I've definitely experienced them before, and they're great fun to wear and enjoy. Yeah, saving up for a second SKX. That's the way, Ron. I mean, think about it. Today we have to actually save up for certain pieces. The SKX price, it's ridiculous. 009, the Pepsi bezels and stuff, they're going for like £450 on Amazon. I'm like, what is going on? Because they've been discontinued, of course. Now they're making the Seiko 5 that target watch, and I think we will chat about it later, actually, in the show. The Pogue 2, they're calling it. Taking a hit from the Talisker again. I can always get behind applied Seiko logos. I love it when a brand goes to that level of actually applying a logo to a dial instead of just painting it on. So you were joking, Ron. Yeah, I know, but there's some truth to it. I mean, really, Seiko SKXs are now going for like $500, and it's just ridiculous when you think of it that way. Mecha Quartz, awesome dial too, and probably a ceramic bezel. I like it. So these two, the Chrono and this Tuna bottle cap, I'm really digging this watch. I love it. It has a white seconds hand. I mean, it does everything right. Of course, being solar, it's a quartz movement, but still, I adore it. The way that this watch can actually receive, be charged from sunlight through the dial that has texture to it. Do you think they partnered with Citizen for a watch like this? I don't know. Fascinating. Okay, off the Seiko rabbit hole, we generally chat about also when we get into it, we do go deep. Philippe, thank you for these. We're jumping next to watching finance with the first of the overseas models that we will be covering on the show. This watch has become so popular over the last few months. Everyone's been going mad for them. So yeah, we've chatted about it at length, ad nauseum, you could say, but worth looking at. It's a beautiful looking watch. Not for everyone. Some people do find it too Vatican because it's just all Maltese crosses everywhere. But now we're chatting about prices, $750. Yeah, chatting about watch prices. SARB 035 for $750. Oh, it's opportunists everywhere today, in every space of the watch circuit. So this is the Gen 3 overseas. We'll see more of them later on. So if you missed this one, don't worry. We'll see some on rubber straps and all of that later. There's some who swear by them, and I can definitely appreciate what it represents and manages to do. Chatted about it so often. I think we've featured one overseas in every single live show. This is episode 30, so we've discussed it a lot. The dial is fascinating. It has this older school feel. It feels more like a traditional Vacheron. In fact, we'll be looking at some amazing traditional Vacherons later on, thanks to Juan. And the dial has that representation of a traditional line in their product sector. And just the way the minute track on the outside feels more like something out of the 40s. All those little features that make it worthwhile and looking at. Yeah, it's beautiful. And of course, you can wear this everywhere. Everyday wearing piece. There's some who actually mountaineer with these watches because they're that robust, surprisingly. That's pretty cool. Russell is late. Don't worry. Been at a birthday party. Also, Russell, be sure to follow Le Mans. It's going on at the moment. Not that you can actually see the cars in the dark, but worth watching. I so hope Glickenhaus pulls out the stops and finishes 24 hours. The new era of the hypercar. Ooh, I'm excited for next year. I don't know if there's anyone who loves watching Le Mans, but next year the hypercar series is going to be so good. We have Ferrari. I think we have Aston Martin. We have Peugeot. Ooh, it's going to be good fun. Seeing these super high-end cars, one-off bespoke cars racing at Le Mans is going to be like such a dream. He seems like a genuine kid. Okay, I'm trying to keep up with the chat. I'm missing. So Turbo says the overseas is a masterclass in dial cleanliness. Same manufacturer as FP Journe, I think. And that's how they get that same effect, the chronometer blue. And something like 32, I remember reading this, something like 32 layers of lacquers applied to get that effect that makes it so special. Yeah, okay, carrying on. Next from him, let's see, what else do we have? Calatrava, no, let's go AP. First AP of the show, we have a couple to look at. One of my favorites by far, this being the Panda Royal Oak. The 15, I'll never get the reference right, but he's worn this watch in. Chatting about keeper watches again. These pieces definitely fall into that category. You must look after them and enjoy them because they are really special for their own two reasons. I like the fact that he's gone on an unconventional route with these two pieces, where you would expect a 15202 AP, and with the overseas, it would be a less conventional example. He's kind of flipped things on their heads, where you can now, I mean, the Panda for me, if I could only own one AP Royal Oak chronograph, it would be this watch or the 38mm piece. I think it has blue subdials. Just so good. Something about the Royal Oak chrono I love. Back in the day, I was able to experience the solid gold with the blue dial, the boutique edition in the boutique. That was special. It's a hell of a heavy thing on the wrist. I meant no text. Oh, sorry, Turbo. What did I misread? There's so many going on this chat. Now Dan's saying, check out Seiko 8T23, a manually wound quartz. Far out. Did not know that was such a thing. And Instablaine, does the watch that comes on with a bracelet leather strap make it more of a keeper? I think so. It's almost like the brand is giving you that seal of approval that this is made to be versatile. And I do love that, referring back to the Vacheron. There is something about a manufacturer that caters. It's also just customer service. Don't you think it's great that they can provide all of that to someone it feels more like an investment, that you are actually putting more love into your product when you're giving it with all of these little added bonuses on top of it. Plus, you're getting a deployant clasp with it too. Not only are you getting a full deployant bracelet, but an external deployant clasp that comes with it. I love it. It's just so many little things to enjoy. And I'd be very interested in if someone ever goes so far to sell off their entire watch collection just to keep this and mix it up on a daily basis and see what happens over the next like 20 years, how it ages and how it wears. I dig this piece. I so dig the Royal Oak chrono. Yeah, but what's your one chronograph? Mezzanine says, oh, it's difficult. This would be my one Royal Oak. If that's such a thing, this would be it, I think. Royal Oak chrono has always spoken to me more than the standard, just time-only reference with the date. I love how these are arranged. And just, I think it's also down to how the pushes are done, that they match the crown and they all feel the same. It all works into this manufactured look. And it's awesome. Such a cool watch. Okay, moving on next, though, another addition to throw in to our man watching finance. The latest released Calatrava. I think he was recently on holiday or a business trip in Lisbon. Lisbon, Portugal, one place I have to visit because I've only ever heard amazing things. I have a friend who stays there. I have to go and visit him. So much to enjoy. This new Calatrava, isn't it funny? I mean, we've chatted about it a couple of weeks back when it was actually newly launched, how they are referring back to the older references. I'm going to botch this one. The 5119 or something reference like that. The earlier versions with the hobnail bezel with the Roman numerals, but then are still keeping to the 5196 in a way with the subdial. It feels more modern, but also more old school in the way it's been done. And it's either a love it or hate it thing. It's, the Calatrava has always been a watch that falls into a certain time bracket, I think. And yeah, Lisbon has soul. The pigs in blankets says, I can agree with that. And my voice is starting to go, so I think it's water time before the Fisherman's Friends start rolling in. Yeah. So we know some channels love chatting about the Calatrava. There is some merit to this watch. There's lots of merit. The fact that this watch has been around for so long, since the 20s, the late 20s, early 30s, it's incredible. And it still reminds us of that era by the way it's been done, way it's been arranged. I can dig it. Justin, I haven't said hi to you. Welcome, Justin, to the show. And I am missing many more of you in the chats. So Ron mentioning, I'm just reading this out of context. I want to get an AP, but first I have to become a much... Okay, I'll stop there. Yeah, I mean... We could. It's all a matter of how you wear these watches too, I believe. You know, it's got nothing to do with the watch. It's the person behind it and how it's shown off and how it's, you know, it's the same with anything. It's the same with clothes and all of that. It's how you wear it, how you portray yourself with it. Are you one to flash it around to people, or are you one who is rocking a hoodie with a Calatrava? Case in point. Now, who would ever think he would be wearing a Calatrava wearing a hoodie? I don't know. This watch is something you would expect to see in a tux or in a suit, but no, he's rocking it as an everyday wearing piece. I love that. Subtle. You would not expect this watch to be seen in person like this, but that's the beauty. Watching finance, as always, thank you for sending in your stuff. Yours were some of the last submissions I saved. Okay, and tag me in the chat again if you want to get my attention. I'm struggling here. Al says that Mike Conway and Toyota Gazoo Racing is winning. Yeah, of course. I mean, the Gazoo, of course, is going to probably do it. Unfortunately, I'm sick and tired of seeing Toyota win everything. I want Alpine to win this year. They deserve it. I mean, come on. French brand, all Peugeot-based. I would love it. Not Peugeot, Renault. Yeah, chatting about horns now, and we're going to move on from this piece. It's awesome. Stunning. Simple arrangement. We're jumping to our man Flieger's 777, Boeing pilot, Boeing 777. Is it a Boeing 777? I've been out of the plane game for a while. It is. So he likes to take shots of watches while he's flying with them. And we were chatting about Citizen a second ago. This is some other ProMaster, I guess. It looks like a Citizen GMT. This is somewhere in Africa, he mentions. He mentions to me in the chat, so I don't know exactly. He's blocked out something here. Maybe that's a reference to a serial number. But he is, I don't know if he is co-piloting or if he's actually flying. But yeah, I'd love to know where in Africa exactly he was based for this shot. It's amazing seeing where pilots travel. Grammar not important. Grammar not important when getting a doctorate. I love that. Renault, do you mean Nissan? No, Henry West, Alpine, Renault Alpine. Alpine is the French brand that's basically competing in the hypercar class. So Toyota Gazoo, I think they're using, is it not Nismo, it's Denso. No, what's the name? I don't know. But they are the top competitors at the moment. They're the ones who are winning the hyper group. And behind them is Alpine. And behind them is Glickenhaus, which is independently backed. I love that story. We'll chat about it now. I don't know anything about this watch. It looks like a GMT. It has some interesting module to it. Citizen makes amazing movements with these pieces. It's not Sierra Leone. Oh, God. Bloody blood diamond. The connotations aside, I mean, it's a very legitimate film. We're talking about Africa and about that whole, I mean, it's such a trip. My old man was in that conflict in Rhodesia, and it's so weird having that perspective outside of it all of a sudden when you have these characters portraying people who experienced that conflict and they became mercenaries and everything. And what's even funnier is now the roadies, the Rhodesians now have this whole like status around the weapons they used and the camouflage they used. And I said to him the other day, I said, Dad, these gun nuts now talk about roadie camo, baby poo camo, and your FNs, your FALs that you guys used are now like legendary because of the camouflage, because they were like, what do they call it? The arm of the free world or something. So weird. Okay, another Air King, this flying over LAX. So on the chart, you can see it there. Air King on flight. I believe it's using the same case as the Milgauss, which is pretty special. It's extra thick. I think it's 40 mils exactly. And lots of little factors. Chatted about it at length. Pilot watch, ideal. I think the Air King deserves love. Moving on to Dallas, CHNR. Again, this shot, a little bit easier to see. Don't know if you just saw the pixelations there. That was kind of cool. And we call it Zimbabwe now, do we, Eric? Yeah. Short shorts, that's it. I love how hands are at 10 and 2. Did I miss something? Hold on. Are we chatting about? I don't know. I've got to keep on rolling, whilst we're going to get so lost. And apologies again for missing you in the chat. Tag me, and I'll see it easier. Davy says I'm right. Thank you. Are we talking about the Milgauss case? I don't know. I'm saying all sorts of random. The root beer is great though. GMT. It's awesome seeing it in this light too, under more warm incandescent light. You see just how the polished centerlinks disappear. I really like that fact. The rose gold is extremely subtle on these models. Well worth looking at. The brown bezel inserts are stunning. Anyway, chatted about this earlier on, how it was a gift a guy gave to his wife as an anniversary gift or a wedding gift. Amazing story. I love it. Next from Flieger is a trip over London, and this being, what the hell? That's not London. I know that's the Thames, but it's just not London. Look how light it is. Look at the sun. You must have been way up above the clouds for this shot, because, I mean, we haven't had any of this weather. Over the last 3 months, I swear, we've had maybe 14 days of sun. I kid you not. It's been the worst summer I've ever experienced. So Explorer 2, 5-digit reference. I love these things. Being able to experience one, I'd love to actually get one to review for the show, because they fit the bill. They really have become extremely attentive pieces today. People are loving them a lot. Watch by Design, welcome, Curtis. Good having you here. We've chatted about a lot. Actually, we're going through pilot watches now, if you're interested. But it's Russell saying it's a retouched photo. You know what? I would fully agree. This is not a real photo. This is photoshopped. I mean, London with bright sunlight. That's a first. It really is a first. Yeah, I love it. So, Explorer, we enjoy. And that's all from Flieger. I've got to carry on motoring. We've just hit the 2-hour mark, and I have, good Lord, how much have we done? Not enough. We haven't covered enough. This is ridiculous. I'm going to have to speed through some of these now. Frank, up next. Flieger, thank you as always for your submissions. Another Vacheron overseas, can you believe? This, what I really loved is that strap. And what did I say? I said Vacheron rubber versatility. This was definitely like 3 in the morning. I should have like adjusted my choice in words there, but it just goes to show how much of a versatile watch this is. The color of this baby blue looks really good on this piece. And we were just chatting about that in the chat, actually, with regards to how Vacheron as a brand really supports this idea that you change out straps, make this your everyday wearing watch. And the real specialty behind it, actually, I chatted with fellow Mark P, who's in the chat. He just recently picked up one, and he was saying, he's based in a very busy city, and he was saying just how under the radar these watches are on a daily basis. Next to the watches that are easily identified, the Nautiluses, the Royal Oaks, this watch still has that skirt under the radar status, which I love, and special. I think that's what also makes it versatile today, especially because all the attention is on the Royal Oak bracelets. It's so easy to identify. This one still manages to skim. And Russell asking if it's OEM. I think it is. I mean, judging by the pattern, this looks like an OEM strap. Imagine the fun you could have with this, like a burgundy strap on this too. It would be so good. Like pastel colors would work so well, but then you could go more darker shades. You could go with like a military olive drab. Yeah, lots of variety. I love the shot. It was excellent. Frank, awesome piece. And speaking of which, we've just finished looking at the modern VC. We're going to look at a vintage one next. What is this? Oh, awesome. This is so cool. This comes in from Henry. I think Henry's in the chat, actually. Beautiful model. I don't know how old this is. It could be quite, I mean, judging by the lugs, it's conflicting because looking at the lugs, it looks old school. But then looking at the dial, it looks brand new. So help me out here, someone. Stunning example, though. Love the finishing on the dial, especially. I feel this is a vintage piece, maybe from the 50s or the 60s. Love the quarter Romans. Nice dial detail. Maybe it's about 35 mils, judging by the size of it. It doesn't look too big, but I love it. I mean, actually, surprisingly, we're going to see quite a few Vacherons on the show. A great selection from Juan later on. Three Vacherons on one wrist. It's going to be interesting. Kelsowitz, welcome to the show. I didn't say hi to you. I saw you a second ago. Funny to see how former dogs are becoming hot now. Yeah, right. You're right. That's the way it seems to go, where the attention is on something else. So people are jumping on these pieces, and soon the attention hops to here, and next it'll be the Chopard Alpine Eagle, and what else? What's another example? It was on the tip of my tongue and I just forgot it. You know what I mean? The blue dial sports watches are everywhere. Carl Cuba asking, any Panerais? Not this week. Surprisingly, not this week. We do tend to go all over the place. Don't worry. We're gonna cover a lot, though. God, I can't believe how many pieces are still on display. Okay, we're going to carry on through beautiful, beautiful Vacheron. It's such a class brand and name, I think, to this day. I would like to compare them in a way to JLC. You could say Vacheron has more of an upscale, in quotations, feel to them when you look at like the status of watch brands, but then watchmaking, they're like on par. And I think they work very nicely together as two brands consecutively. I like it. I like it a lot. Vacheron and, oh, remember, this is definitely vintage. Vacheron and Constantin, not Vacheron. So this is a classic piece, probably from like the 60s. He might have mentioned it in the email, but it was probably 3 in the morning when I saved it. Blame me, blame you. We still get, thank you for that, Carrie. On the vintage VC, observe the sub-second subdial separated sunburst effect. Ah, good point. So not only do we have this funky looking tapisserie, also fully applied hobnails around the dial, but then you have the more engine-turned champagne finish that we expect to see there. Oh, it's beautiful. And Henry is in the chat. Oh, it's a pleasure. Henry West, I don't know if you are a lead design director of IDEO. I think Henry West still is. If you are that Henry West, please reach out to me because I would love to join your IDEO team, given the choice. I love what you guys do. Bit of an industrial design thing. Might be that there are many Henry Wests in the world, so you never know. It's worth a shot. Beautiful watch, Henry. Thank you for sending this in. Okay, we're jumping to Hector next. Hector G. And here's rocking. I don't know where he worked. I called this City. I don't know what the background is. Looks nice. but very flat. Could be in Spain somewhere. But he sent in a Eterna Contiki Super. Now, similar to Nevada Gretchen and many other brands today, Eterna is doing the same thing. The Eterna Contiki is a classic, and they are now reintroducing them, bringing them out in new colors, new shapes, and sizes. Foxhound. Oh, no. Henry says, no, just a regular schlub. That's funny. Look him up. Oh, I love it. You guys, Fox House Guitars. That's so funny. You got to try. I mean, you never know who's watching. You'd be surprised. I mean, God, getting that shout out by a handful of people in the past, it's so humbling, I tell you. So you look at this dial and you see that arrangement. It looks flat, a flat blue, right? Nothing too special. And then you switch to it in the sun, direct sunlight. That's a beautiful sunburst. And the typical arrangement that we see with Eterna and their dials is they always have this 5-studded arrangement at the 12. That's just like a part of the Contiki scenario. London retouched, Russell says, if this was London, this would be more like Londinium, right? This is like Roman era London right here, if it's so flat. Yeah, dig it. So it's got a single pusher arrangement. There are no screw-ins, nothing. Of course, there's a dive bezel, which is cool. I mean, the Contiki has always been known as a diving chrono in the way. And I just love how the dial's been done. Beautiful navy blue finish. That's how we do. That's how we do it. Flavor Flav's watch. I don't know her line, Frank. I don't know if I said your name right there, but it's a biggie. I think it's like 44 mils. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe it's 52. I don't know. I do believe it's 44, judging by the case size. Maybe it's 42. No idea. The Thor Hydrodol reissued watch. Oh my god! Now I'm completely losing the plot. 700 millimeters. Okay, yeah, beautiful watch. Also, dig the balance too. The balance on the subdials, the arrangement there, and also the 12 o'clock position. Something I wanted to say, Kelsowitz, are you still enjoying your what's the model? It's going to come to me now. The Diver. Come on, think about it. I'm trying to say this while run through. Hector, thank you for this beautiful watch. I love the presentation, and also super envious of the sunlight. I can't get it's so irritating. The CQ, the Glasuta. Do you still have it in your collection, Kelsowitz? I'd love to know. Now, don't adjust your screens. This is, I think, we often do this when we take photographs of watches that our thumbprints get on the lens, or maybe he's had a couple of glasses to drink. We are talking about a champagne dial here. This is the reference SRP-H19, now known as the Pogue 2. This is supposed to be the replacement for the SKX, which is bizarre to think. And this is like their new category that they're trying to get themselves into. Okay, so let's chat about this for a sec. I see Chrono Craze is jumping in. Welcome, Chrono Craze. Quick hi. Have to jump back to work. Don't worry. We've got your watches queued up that we will discuss later. Awesome piece that you sent in. And it has to be at least 3 Blaines. That's a pretty big unit of measure there, the Rancher. And Eric says that the 5 stars represent the supports on the rotor. Interesting. And Julian also mentions, thank you for that, guys. That's really interesting. I did not know that. Another channel I would highly recommend, Watch History. I'll put his name in the chat for you all. Let's see if I can do that half pissed. Watch History there. Check him out because he has amazing, quite an eclectic taste when it comes to vintage pieces. Great selection of stuff. And he discusses Eterna Contikis quite a lot. He has like a full range. So again, this is supposed to be the replacement for the SKX. And it's under the Seiko 5 line. And they're going this completely different direction to what the traditional Seiko 5s are about. I don't know what the pricing strategy is about with this piece. The Dress KX, yeah, they're calling that the watch as well. Especially the examples without the bezels. I don't know what to think about these pieces. I think he did this just to experience the watch. He also sent in a shot of the angle we can see. I like the fact that it's looking at the more reminiscent Pogue aesthetics. I mean, we all love a good Pogue chrono. But I find it perplexing how they've gone down this route of making the 5. They've like pushed everything onto the 5. The field watches, the divers. And then all of a sudden they've got this gap. And then it's all prospecs. What divers and what else? Alpinists and all that stuff. Weird. Very, very weird. Insanely bright dial. I'd be interested in knowing how the experience goes with this piece overall. And yeah, John, thanks for sending this in. I believe this is the only model in this category that we're going to look at. But this is the new variant of the Seiko 5, which is bizarre. And if we are to go back to keeper watches, how do we feel about this new area? And if these kinds of watches will stay in collections? Interesting. I have no idea. Okay, next up. So this was John E. We're now jumping to John A. God, we have so many Johns. And he just picked up this piece, which is pretty cool. Constellation. This being the ceramic was out of focus. The camera wanted to focus more on the case and the strap at the top instead of the dial, which is weird. The new Constellation, I believe, just released. Ceramic bezel, funky watch. I saw that Kelsowitz mentioned that he still loves that CQ. It's a great watch, eh? It's a great watch. It's funny how people rip into it and make fun of the watch. I love it. Superb watchmaking. Skin divers are just such cool pieces. I get the same kind of kick out of an Oris 65, the original with the quarter Arabics. So much fun to wear. So I'm with you. I mean, I absolutely adore them. There's a couple in the chat who probably own the watch too. Well worth looking into as it comes when it comes to I wouldn't say affordable, but it's a great segue into a much higher echelon into horology, as well as you're getting German components. You're getting a skin diver from the 60s. It's great. So yeah, this new Constellation I also find quite perplexing as an example. Being a big fan of the early generation, what was the model with that tungsten carbide bezel? I can never remember the name, but also part of the Constellation line. What they've tried to do here is go in a direction of something more classic, of course, the Romans being more akin to the original Constellations from the 80s. I mean, the case, it all says the same thing. It's that traditional Constellation styling, as well as being more modern in the way that they're using materials a bit better. Ziraha says too chic. Jeez, I'm tripping over my words here. Or chic. It does feel like quite a chic watch in this category. What I do love about it, though, it's a Constellation, and you're buying it for the movements. These movements are so well regulated. It's scary. The Globemaster, that's it, Justin. Thanks. I get so confused. And again, I'm missing you all in the chat. Sorry, people. Again, if you have any questions, ask away, tag me in the chat, and I'll be able to see it easier. Colin, welcome to the show. I didn't see you earlier. This is a proper watch stream. I don't know so much. I mean, we tend to go on tangents quite often, but we try and keep it watch related if we can. Yeah. Ceramic bezel insert. I do like how they've matched the ceramic insert with the gold accents, and how I think it's secured to the case by these gold elements. Again, it's so true to those original Constellations from back in the day, from the 80s era. Jonathan, that's you. This is your Constellation. It's great. Rose gold and navy blue, I think, works extremely well. We've seen it often with Aquaterras. Beautiful. It's going to be an interesting one. I look forward to seeing how it ages over time and how people adapt and think to it. This is the new direction for the Constellation, I believe. They just brought this watch out quite recently. Yeah, the accuracy is perfect. I mean, that's what makes these things. They are so... Meta certified movements are no joke. That's all I can say. They are just incredible. Okay, I'm going to carry on. So that's Jonathan A. We're going to jump to Jonathan T next. Now, he went on a trip to Napa Valley, and he took a watch, I believe, this being the watch that he took with him. Let me try and work out if this is the modern, the latest, or the... I don't know. No, it's not the super case. This is the latest. This is the 41 mil. Has to be. How do I tell? I don't know. It's so difficult. The lugs look a little bit trimmer, but there's a couple of shots he took. One by the pool, one by an interior. I love this. This is looks so good. And then one in the vineyards. And when you go to Napa Valley, I mean, you go there for the vineyards. So I think this is where it will stay for this presentation. Is this the latest or not? Yeah, there's too much taper. This is the modern reference, the most recent reference of the sub. It's so difficult today. Jonathan, that's you in the chat. Thank you for the super chat. Joined right in time. A pleasure. Thank you for the super chat. I've got to love a sub. There's been a couple of them submitted for this show and others in the past, and there's lots to enjoy. I would love to experience the 41 mil and how it wears. At least I believe it's the 41 mil. Someone tell me it's the 2021. What does that mean? Does that mean it is the new? Oh god! See, now because of last year and all that, I don't even know what year we're in and what that means. They did release it in. Okay, so this is the modern one. Good. Glad we cleared that up. You know what this means? More whiskey. This will make the show even better. Gotta love it. 41 mils. I mean, it's a gem. As far as Rolex goes, I mean, all you really need is a sub. It's a funny status these watches have with them. Like, people see this, enthusiasts see the Submariner and think, it's just another sub. Those everyday people who don't know watches, they see it as a Rolex almost immediately. It's the 41. Thanks, Julian. And Elzaban, did I say your name right? Lisban, sorry. Look at the crown. Oh, because the crown protrudes a little bit more. Got it. The crown says it's the new one. Thanks. Oh, God. And Russ, you picked up the 2021 just as it was being discontinued. Amazing. I mean, there've been some interesting stories around that watch and how some have gotten on top of it. But this is not the only. Hold on a sec. So Jonathan also sent in a Speedmaster that we're going to cover. Let's have a look at that now. Love the sub. I think is this the first Submariner we've actually covered on the show? We've looked at GMTs and Explorers. I don't know. Who knows? Next up, we're looking at, this is the most recent one. How cool is that? So Nearby Lake, excellent photograph, by the way. And we're looking now at the 3861 Speedmaster. We've chatted about all the generations today. We had the 1861, the 861 Mark II, and now the most recent example. At least I think it is. We have an applied, yeah, it is. So it's the sapphire sandwich. It's got an applied logo, and it's on the bracelet that's polished in the center, and you can see the milky ring around it. I would love to know how the accuracy is going with this. Jonathan, please let me know what the accuracy is like with this at the moment. Very interesting knowing how coaxial movements are working with these pieces. So Foxhouse Guitar says, dished work early to catch my first live. It's a pleasure, man. Got a coffee, whiskey, having a blast. It's a pleasure having you here. Thank you to everyone who's been a part of the show and who's submitted watches and who's taking time out of their day just to listen in. I love it. Come for the watches, stay for the chat. That's the banter. So Turbo says, yes, latest version is 2020. Okay, got it. So it wears incredibly well. Slimmer lugs and case. Very interesting watch. I would love to experience it one day, given the chance. But I mean, isn't it ridiculous to say that a steel watch is so difficult to come by? It's ridiculous. 6 o'clock crown. That's another point. Thanks, Julian. That's another reference point we can refer to. 6 o'clock crown is that element there. Yeah. I normally just look at the lugs. Hold on, come back. I normally just look at the lugs and see if they taper inward a little bit more. But the crown is also a giveaway if it's a bit more protruding. Funny how they mark these things. And then this is the same Speedmaster again, but in direct light on a Erica's Originals, maybe, paracord strap. I love it. Great piece. I know a lot in the chat who have this watch and they are adoring it. They're finding it to be such a good new direction for the Speedmaster. They've never been compelled to own one, but the 3861 caliber, all the little bells and whistles they've thrown in, price tag not included, they're loving the watch. I can't believe that they're making them so expensive today. Jonathan says, unfortunately, I have no idea. Definitely as bad as people are saying, though. Great upgrade over the previous generation. Okay, got it. Talking about these pieces. The new Moonwatch steel bracelet is the best one yet. I've heard some interesting discussion around it and how it's more comfortable, a bit more jangly, some mentioned. But then also the machining. It seems pretty good, but also does feel manufactured. At least this is all from perspectives outside of my own. Interesting though. Again, another watch I would love to experience and review and cover. I don't think we have a 321 on the show. Imagine we did, and then we would have the full spectrum of Speedmasters in one sitting. That'd be great. Okay, so Jonathan, love these. We're jumping next to John M, and he sent in, check this out. So his story is that, I don't know if you remember, he was in the chat a while back. I think he's still with us. He asked the audience about a GMT watch that he wanted to get. He wanted suggestions. And the feedback was so good. He got like 60 different examples of watches to choose. He decided to go with a Zinn, I can't remember the reference, it's a UTC model. And he wanted it for work because he does work quite a hard job. And he ended up liking it so much that he babied the watch. And that went against what exactly he needed it for. So he currently is selling it, and he picked up a 255. Oh, what the hell? A 2534. I always think of 2254 looking at this reference, which is the GMT variant with the sword hands and the typical arrangements. Very nice. This one he bought used, so it has been pre-loved, scratches and all, which means that he can get a lot more wear time out of it and abuse of the thing. And I don't know if there's a thumbprint or if that's like the bezel like aging from the sun. I don't know. But he's loving it because he can just beat the snot out of it and it's doing its job. So this has become his beta watch. So it's quite an interesting like dynamic where you get into a watch that you really like, but you end up looking after it and not wearing it as it's intended. So in this case, he's traded out of it to get a more versatile watch that he can enjoy. I believe it's an ETA-based movement in these models. The 2254 is pretty legendary, and being the GMT, it has these models have funky bezels. 50th anniversary. Thank you for that, Watch by Design. That's it. Always been one of my favorites. I love it. I mean, it calls back to the MOD models, yada yada. I speak about it all the time. You can watch any discussion I have about Omega, and you'll see I talk about the MOD models there. Still happy with the old first Omega in space. Oh, David, I'd love to get my hands on one of those. Great watch. I've been fortunate. I said in the beginning of the show, I've been fortunate to experience lots of Speedmasters, lots of vintage ones. And I got hands-on with all of those CK2998s, all of those original models. That precursor to the Ed White, that transitional, amazing watch. And in vintage flesh, amazing watch. Probably one of my favorites with the alpha hands and all of that. The bezel is faded, John. Yeah, thanks for still staying with us. Does look like it. And, suggestion from me, take it with a pinch of salt. Look out for a Planet Ocean bezel insert from around the same time. I think they were aluminum or aluminum. I know I think you're based in Canada, so aluminum. And check it out. If you can find it, if you just look on Google, 2254 Planet Ocean bezel, search that. You'll be amazed at the result. It's a beautiful finish. And with a GMT, it would look so good with that added hand. I like it a lot. No superfluous text on the dial. Wave dial, stunning. Strap looks good. It does, right? It does. I think it's got red. Oh, it's got red accents. Yeah, it fits it. I didn't even notice red accents on the underside. Great. Yeah, awesome piece. And the fact that you're now using it as you wanted, Ministry of Downess, MOD. Oh, I love it. Thanks for that one, Eric. Only you, Eric. I love it. One and done watch. I think it's ideal. It really is an ideal piece. Great name. Great example. Right. So can we have a wrist shot week for Seamasters only? I would love to. And I think many would probably oblige because we all have Seamasters. Most of us do, at least. We could have like Omega only week. That would be fun. That would be so fun, actually. I'd love to do that. Maybe in future we can make something happen. Even if it's like 50 submissions, I think it would be great to chat around. Okay, so we're going to carry on. Gen 1 Planet Ocean spot on. That's it. John, look it up. Gen 1 Planet Ocean bezel insert. Swap it out with this. Your mind will blow. Beautiful. Now we're jumping to Juan. Now, hold on a sec. Yeah, I did say this one. So Juan sent in a record number of submissions. We haven't seen him for a while on the show. He has been busy with work, I think, and he might have missed a couple. So he sent in a record number of submissions. We know that he has sent in a lot in the past, but he sent in like 70. A couple of duplicates here and there. So I think in total, probably 55 to 60 watches. And I cherry-picked about 30 that I really liked. And some amazing stuff. So sit back and enjoy this. All modern. We know Juan is quite the vintage collector, but he has an awesome range of modern pieces. Everything from, you're going to see Vacherons, Rolexes, Tudors, Milgausses, a vintage Lemonia, IWC, Grand Seiko, Datejust. It's going to be fun. So enjoy these beautiful shots too. Again, Juan, I don't know if you're still watching. Now we're going with Juan Watch and all this stuff. This is going to be, this is Blaine on another level. Juan Mortain, man. So Batman, Batgirl, what do we call it? The Bruce Wayne. This watch has had a stigma associated to it where it has a noisy rotor. And this is something that the modern GMT movements seem to be plagued with. I don't know if it's the same with everyone, if it's QC related, if it's just the movements, but, you know, I still love it. An awesome daily wearing watch. I have a couple of friends actually who only own this piece, and I chatted to him recently, and he told me that it's just does it everything for him. With regards to being a one and only, just Rolex one and only watch, it has this great status with the Jubilee bracelet. It's more dress oriented, but then has all the modern quirks of ceramic bezels and all this. One and done with that one. Oh my god. Okay, more whiskey. I need to carry on. This is going to be fun. We're not over there. We're not over yet, though. We've got many, many more. Sorry if I'm missing you in the chat again, everyone. I see Anthony has just joined us. Welcome. Rolex GMT Juan or 2. This is the GMT 2, as far as I know. Hard to buy other watches once you get a big boy like that. I mean, it's true, but Juan has good. I don't know if you've ever seen these shows before, Fox House, but Juan has. That's Juan one. That's Juan it up the flagpole. Oh my god, he has great taste, and a lot of these watches we will recognize because this week he's sharing modern pieces, but he has a great affinity for Hamiltons and vintage American-made watches, especially. Welcome, and Anthony saying good morning from the Yarra Valley. Great having you in. I slept in, no worries. Again, a couple of weeks back did a video all about the Milgauss, and what he has captured here so well, what I'm so happy about sharing this is you can appreciate just the vibrancy of these pieces. Something I didn't actually cover in the video is just how well these watches all photograph. You might have noticed that this is the cover photo watch. We had the white dial version earlier. The Z Blue is just another example how well it captures the light and plays with it. Got a couple of variances and shots later on. David B says, Amiga Speedmaster Week, can we cover the hands-on new models, like how that doctor covered the elephant man's hands? Oh, the elephant man. God, that was a thing. We could. I mean, not everything that Omega does is perfect. I think we can all agree there, but it'll be good fun. I'd love to. Maybe we can definitely rip into a lot of pieces. We could do the same with Rolex. Just have a Rolex rip in week and harsh criticisms. I'd love to do that. That'd be good fun. But hold on a sec. We've got a few more shots of the Milgauss. I'll just keep scrolling through. So this is more of a flat shot, not indirect light. Check this out. Date just, I think he just picked this up. He's still got a sticker on the bezel, on the lug there. Is this a Wimbledon dial? I don't even know anymore. There's so many references, but here we can appreciate the texture on the dial, and I do really like this arrangement. I think it looks stunning. Slate gray, kind of charcoal-esque with the green surrounds, and then how the date is counterbalanced by the baton at the 9. Looks clean. Rip Rolex would be fun. Oh, be good. Another sticker. You won't believe it. Is that really a sticker? I think there's only one. No, they are. These look like the stickers on all sides. I don't know. Beautiful example. 36 mil. How about UN week? That'd be fun. Ulysse not done. That'd be a good talk. We're going to get to yours at the end, Russell. And David says, try a Longines dress watch if you think the Rolex GMT is noisy. Sounds like sorry if I just spat in the mic. Sounds like a bag of spanners. Oh, that's great. Kovacs saying, I remember a video you did on the golden ratio, watch size 40 mil, specifically 3987. How did you arrive at that specific size? You know what? It was just a complete thumbsuck. I'm sorry to say that. It was a thumbsuck. It had no relevance whatsoever. It was me just trying to round down, but keep it relative. I don't know what I was saying there. That was a complete thumbsuck of a video, but thank you. Golden ratio for some models, I mean, the Submariner, the 5-digit references do work very well. I'd actually like to do a deep dive on that one day. And another example of the date just far away, we can see it in a bit more detail. There is a sticker. Juan, why is there one sticker still on the watch? Did you miss one? I think you might have. Beautiful piece, though. I'm really starting to like these. I know some diehards would probably cringe at this watch because it just doesn't feel traditional in the way it's done. But I like that there's a fun element to it as well. It's not directly copying most of the models we see today. So it is a Wimbledon. Thank you, A.O. Vermont. And Juan is in the chat. That's great. Sometimes I trade in. Good to have you here, Juan. And carrying on, I'm missing you all in the chat. That film scared me as a kid. I miss that. Hot Down is pretty. It is very nice, Flippin. I do admire it a lot. There is another version of the Wimbledon that we normally chat about. This is a different one. I don't even know. Maybe this is the only one. I don't keep enough track when it comes to date justs to give you an accurate point there. The indices have 2 shades of green. Wonderful. Yeah, well, you're right. You're right. It's like a dark green and a light green. Nice accents. Yeah, beautiful. Anyway, we've got many more to cover. This is, I called it the Gauss frond because we take it in front of the palm there. Now you can see it in a more direct light, and you can appreciate how that blue explodes in the light. Amazing how the green crystal is subtle. You know, it's not in your way, not in your face, which is really nice. I love that feature there. You missed it, Juan. It's okay. We all struggle sometimes. You're not the only one. Deep dive a Submariner. Ooh. It'd be great to just rip into. I'd really like that idea of ripping into a family of watches, IWCs, Omega, Rolex. Maybe that can be a series one day. Talking watches, welcome to the show. Juan for my baby and Juan more for the road. On God, I'll tell you, the Blaine commentary has stopped, which is cool. Now Juan is on the chopping block. Still, beautiful piece, and there's more shots. Now this was so close to being the cover. This was right up there. So we have a Grand Seiko, we have a sunset. Why did I not choose this in the end? Solely because it was too dark. I actually like cropped it so his arm was closer to the sun and it looked really nice. But the problem is from a distance, because as you know, when you see it as a thumbnail, it's like this size. It's difficult to make out what you're looking at. So I had to cut it, sadly, but it was so close. Beautiful. So this is a high beat. It's not a spring drive. Correct me if I'm wrong. Gold accents, just stunning. And sunset in the background. I mean, it's Juan and his picturesque shots just never ceases to amaze. Megan is back in the chat. Must have been an awesome run. You didn't hear from me commenting on the run at all. I didn't give you any motivation at all. So hope you switched over to music or something, Megan. Great having you back here. We are on to Juan now. Yeah, we are. So Kovac says, shouldn't the Hulk sub have green lume instead of blue? And the green edge sapphire crystal like the Milgauss. Good point. No, I mean Rolex doesn't move away from what if they're talking about chromalite being blue lume and the fact that the blue doesn't fade at a certain depth and it's better for light when you go to certain depths in the water, then I guess that's like their rationale. I don't think they would ever deviate. Whatever they say goes as a brand, you know. We're going to cover the Z Blue Milgauss again, Megan. Don't worry, you haven't missed it all. Welcome back again, though, Megan. Dauphine Hans. We've got another Juan in the chat. How cool is that? Rhyming couplet. They do so much right with this piece, I think. That the hands, the way the case has been done, this is brand new. I think these have just been released, and it's a navy blue dial. There's another shot of it in the sun. Oof, it's so cool. It looks awesome. I mean, not just as a Seiko, but as just a daily wearing sports dress, watch, all of those little elements. Blue Loom. I love that comment. Juan just nailed it with this. I was so close, again, so close to making this the cover photo. Just irritated me that it was too dark. Okay, moving next to IWC. I called this IWC Bogan because Bougainvillea. It might not be Bougainvillea, but this is another stunning model. I don't even know what the reference of this is. It's a pilot's chronograph. Just call it that. Okay, let's leave it here. Beautiful green dial. So Fox House Guitars says that Blue Loom helps get attention in the strip clubs. You're not wrong. Under black light, I'm sure it would. And I guess that's, where most of the Rolexes might go in some of those situations. That's funny. Emerald green dial, a bit different to how we normally see a green dial. It's generally like an olive drab finish. This is more racing green, a bit brighter. I mean, look at that thing. This is a Portuguese. I'm just like rolling off the top. I don't know if that's a reference, but it looks great. Stunning example. And the fact that the numerals are all nicely balanced there. There's nothing too flamboyant in your face. The issue with the Portuguese, it's a watch that does go in and out of love in the collector circle. It's got an awesome history to it, but it's just never been one with staying power, I don't think. Personally love the Rolex Daytona 6265 Cartier. Ooh, 6265s are great. I've actually experienced one before. Great model. I've never seen a Cartier dial. I mean, that must be amazing. When it comes to collectability. Have handled a 6265 and a couple of 6263s. Beautiful vintage references. You just can't go wrong with them. British Racing Green. It does feel like that, hey? A more lightly colored, but less emeraldy. I don't know. Now we go to a vintage piece. This is pretty cool. So it's a 1940s Lemania. Our man Juan loves collecting vintage stuff. I mean, you've got a vintage suitcase in the back. I wanted to pull this up just because I saved the reference number of this piece. It's a 298A caliber with a 298A, that's the reference, and the caliber is a 3100 military dial. I wonder if this would have been American issued back in the day. Maybe someone can help me. But 1940s, I mean, this is right in that war period. Check the guitar case. This is what I wanted to save. Again, he sent in, hold on. He sent in 70 shots, so I had to be quite specific with what I wanted. And the IWC Boris Becker, what has happened to the chat? And 1940s dial, you can just see it there. Sword hands, stunning example. I mean, these are radium dials too, so it's pretty special. Pretty cool. As far as I know, the only military 40s watch we've experienced on the show, I don't know. Is that Blaine Racing Green? Yeah, I mean that's one, Rancho. We can nickname it the Blaine Racing Green. Love the IWC brand. I just haven't found the right one yet. And talking watches, that's such a good point. We're going now how long into the show? 2.5 hours, 2 hours 35. Keeper watches. It's finding that specific watch in the brand that you want to add makes all the difference, I think. And that's something that can be related to for all of us. You don't necessarily have to just collect a range of watches from the brand. Just collect that one watch that does everything right that you want. Heineken dial. Is that what they would call this thing, Eric? I love that. Oh, got it. So we're going back to that IWC, Heineken dial. Got you. I like that better. Heineken dial makes more sense. You can call this the IWC Heineken. Get a bit of a cult following going on here. Right, more shots. Beautiful Lamania. This is Milgauss. I don't know if this was the same day or another day, but this is the GV variant of the Milgauss. What is it now? The second generation of the the second generation of the third generation. Just watch the Milgauss video. It'll be in the corner of the screen after the show. This being the stage when they just introduced the green crystal on this model and went a bit more flamboyant with the quarter batons, different color and all that stuff. And we got a few more shots of it, I think, in different lighting. Check this out. This is a very good, interesting take on how you would see it under direct light. Flat matte dial. That looks good. This is when you can appreciate the watch without any reflection on it, which I like a lot. Getting back into the chat, I've missed you all here. Talking about 40s dials, late grandmother's suitcase. Oh, really? With my late grandmother's suitcase from the 40s as well. Amazing. Venus 170 registers. Oh my goodness, we're getting technical. As a postmodern intellectual watch collector, I can't live with cut-off numerals. This is sarcasm. Modern collectors that criticize historical design elements should shut the hell up. No, I mean, to each their own. It's when we if we were to get really scrutinize, should I go back up to the big eye? No. Look how much we've covered already. I'm proud. We've done a good job. There's some elements to the cutoffs that maybe were just done as afterthoughts. Maybe it wasn't there for the sake of any kind of design purpose. It was just because they needed space for the subdials. And realistically, with a chronograph, subdials are so much more important than numerals on a dial. So I think that's the direction they really went with them. There was no direct thought about how it would impact the aesthetics. And today, 50 years later, when we're looking at these things, or 100 years, wherever you're going, we can be a lot more critical, and we do go a bit too deep with a lot of this stuff. I mean, I just called this watch a Gen 2 of the Gen 3 in the Milgauss category. I mean, what is this guy smoking? It's ridiculous. Okay, carrying on. Very unusual lighting. Yeah, talking about direct light. I think it's under a street lamp or something. Right by the sea again. And Milgauss lume, we can enjoy a subtle off lume with the Z blue. Notice how in some lights, this crystal still does the usual Rolex trick of, just blurring it out, fading it a bit. But you can appreciate the blue lume, which works very nicely with the Z blue dial. And so it goes. Back in the chat, Rolex just blaned that third gen up. Third gen, I love it. I love it so much. Black or blue, Z Milgauss? That is the question. Can't have Juan without the other. Oh my God! Here I'm thinking you're asking a legit question, but you're not. My wife shone light on my phone behind my back to get the light. Oh really? Oh, that's cool. That looked like a street lamp. Far out. That's a serious light that you have on the back of the phone. I don't know how you managed to capture that. This looks amazing. I dig it. The fact that you can see the depth. Not done yet, though. Oh, of course, I have a duplicate image because that's what I do. Z-Blue, I think, all the way. Given the choice, if I had to choose one of the modern Milgausses, I would go Z-Blue. It's just so fun, and I think you can still find them today. People were saying they're hard to come by, but some have been able to walk into ADs and they're there on display, so it's all relative. You know, if you watch the Milgauss video, I go into depth about why I think it's a sign of its time and deserves that little place in history. And there were some comments saying, like, I'm bigging up this watch, which can't ever be bigged up, you know, being what's hyped up. I think that was the expression. Definitely not. This is not one that everyone's going to love. It's the most peculiar watch that they make. They'll love it. It's great. Okay, let's pull out the big guns. Triple VC. And he said in the email that no Vacherons were harmed in the making of this photograph. So we have an overseas, I'm going to struggle with this, a traditional small seconds left-hand drive. I have no idea what that middle watch is called. And then on the right, we have the 56, I think, 56 calendar. I don't know, but they're all beautiful and they're all Vacheron. They all have their own little quirks. So let's do a bit of a dive into these watches while I refer to the chat. This is Mosso approved, Mezzanine. I think you're talking about this. Yeah, I think so. iPhone Light, Blue Loom. You saw me standing alone. Is that a song reference? I don't know. I'm too. Okay. So Juan saying that my wife read that already. One way or another, I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. Oh my God, this is so good. More coffee, I think. This is amazing. So these are the Vacherons that he has. I don't know if he has any vintage examples. Middle piece is funky. It sure is. Let's take a hit from the coffee and I'll be with you in a moment. The middle watch was his most recent reference that he picked up, I think. And yeah, it's just so the story. I love the story behind the middle one, by the way. We're actually going to have a look at it. I'll just have these on the screen for the moment, and then we'll go to the individual shots because he shared all of those. But there's the trio. One thing we can definitely say for sure is that they all have their own styles to them. One is sporty, one's highly dressed, and the other rides the line very well. I know our man Blue Shirt is probably frothing looking at this because it's one of his favorite watches. Notice something here, just judging these two side by side. The dial. I mentioned earlier that the hold on. Yeah, we're back now. Are we? I don't even know. Comment 1, please. Second time in one show. This is a record for many reasons. I don't know why the laptop's now moving. I really don't know. Are we keeping up with the chat at the moment? Let's see. Are we connected? I don't know. I'm just going to keep talking. I'll refresh my page and keep going. 2 times in one show. That is a record for this presentation. Thank you to everyone who's still staying and listening in. Thank you. That's great. What's the frequency? It's so stupid. What is going on? I tell you, my provider is going to get a nice phone call next week. That's for damn sure. Just when I want the internet to be stable so it cuts twice in one show. At last, peace and quiet. Thank you, Julian. You're a legend. Okay, next is a shot of a Tudor by a pool. Beautiful pink sky at night, Shepherd's Delight, and Black Bay 58. Not counting. Like Megan, I hope you're just saying that not to jab me, but you're also having bad internet. It's so annoying. I mean, really? Back in the day, I would be sweating bullets and I'd be swearing and everything, but now I'm just calm and collected. Woosa. Carrying on, Juan. Now we can see these watches in a bit more detail. Juan, carrying on, Juan. One more time. Perpetual calendar, beautiful example. And thank you for commenting, everyone who did. My laptop, of course, disabled, so I couldn't read the chat and everything disappeared. So we're back on track now. Where are we going to go? We're watch freaks. Thanks. Thank you. I don't even know what happens. Does the screen just go black? Please let me know what actually happens when you're watching. Does the page actually just disappear? That'd be very interesting. So love this watch. Also, really appreciate how the case has been done here. It's kind of skin diver-ish, kind of bubble back. Notice how the crown integrates with it. It reminds me of a few brands, actually. And then how the case has these integrated elements that cuts around there. Yeah, what a cool time. Server connection. Mark loves this. Mark, we have chatted about this watch before. I think it's one that you have been looking at and considering gunning after. Yeah, it's beautiful. One thing I love, I've said this so many times about perpetuals and about dress watches. I love it when they use a hand to designate date complications and all those little facets. So this hand actually has a purpose, which means you can have a bigger dial and it makes more sense because there's something going on the dial. Stunning. Okay, we're not done yet though. We've got more. So this is the watch in a more direct light. We can see it in a bit more detail. Catching up with the chat. The chat just dropped by 20 people. Oh, it's okay. My internet's terrible tonight. Don't know why. It could be anything. I don't know if it's raining in Paris, but it's been pouring here, and we've just had jackhammers and stuff outside my place. So could be anything. Service providers are terrible. On a Saturday night, you know, when you're wanting to be, I don't know. I'm not complaining. Orange hand, you beautiful person, beautiful soul. So nicely said. Laurent says, sometimes you want to go where everybody knows you're Blaine. Okay, carrying on. I love it. Nice and close. We get to see all the detail. I mean, open 6s and 9s. Say no more. I mean, that's the beauty. You can see it here. 16 is open 6, open 9. The 8 looks kind of derriere, kind of buttocksy, right? It's got a bit of a hump there, which is pretty cool. You know, to each their own. And moving to the Vacheron on leather. So we've seen the overseas on everything today. How's that? I don't think that's ever happened before on a show in history. We've seen it on rubber, steel, and now on its original leather strap. That's great. It's what makes these things. Okay, and continuing through in the chat. My nose is itching like crazy. Hold on a sec. I just got to move the mic away from my face. Oh, God. It might be people are going to make fun that it's the stuff I snort before the show, but I don't. It's the coffee. I swear it's the coffee. Turbo says this watch almost identical to the triple calendar Historique. So I think that's the one that Blue Shirt likes. He prefers the Historique without the moon phase. I don't know. Megan's saying I had better sound quality on my run using 5G. Irritating. Just irritating. I have no idea why. Happens often here. Weird. Should we chat about moon phases quickly? Oh, we're also talking about buttocks. There we go. Got another good example. Or, you know, top-down view of breasts and all that. I mean, watches, curvaceous to say the least. Moon phases are a weird thing. I mean, on perpetuals, I can understand. They do make sense. And there's something about the whole watchmaking sense that, you know, you're appreciating that element of horology, the fact that it's all time related and the phases of the moon is important. But on a daily watch that just has a date and a moon phase, feels weird, man. Should we hold on a sec? I can like run polls on this chat, can't I? Can't I? I'm sure I can. Isn't there? Oh, I can. Cool. Okay. Let's see if I can do this right. Let's try. We're debuting all sorts of new things here. Moon phases on watches. Question mark. And ask your community. Let's see what happens. This should be fun. Will that even work? I don't know. It just disappeared on my page, so I don't know if it's actually been posted or not. A little bit of a vote between that. What would you take? Wow, this is fun. Okay, John, thank you for the super chat. Now, of course, because I put the poll up, I can't read the chat, which sucks. And carrying on. If you can if Blaine allows it. I mean, that's it. It's all about Blaine at the end of the day. Blaine is everything. Not the cheeriest of dials. Looks like a sad face. That's funny. Okay, let's go back to okay, now this is the traditional example. I'm liking this poll thing. So we've got a 50-50 split. There's been 32 votes, and it's a 50-50. Very interesting. Very, very. I love this. What a cool way of like getting a quick poll out there. I think I'll do that from now on. If I remember, God, I need a third person like managing all of this while it's going on. Sorry, I say second person. I don't know what I'm saying. Traditional is gorgeous. The sub-seconds on the left-hand side is really nice. It's quirky. I'm wondering if this would look better if the sub-seconds was between the 7 and the 8 instead of at the 9. 39 votes, and it's a no, winning at 54%. I'm really liking this. I'll leave it up for a little while. I don't even know how to hold on. I don't know how to get rid of it. Ooh, that works. Colombian coffee. Machu Picchu, Megan. This is not Colombian. The work. Almost full moon tonight. It's a full moon tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it's a good element to have on certain watches, but then sometimes, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, JLC with their master control moon, I think they call it, with the date complication, and the moon phase, nothing else. It's a bit weird. This is such an interesting watch. The story behind it, by the way, I love this. He'd been wanting this at a discount for a long time, and it costed the AD more to keep this watch in stock in the back than it would have costed for him to just buy the watch. So in the end, I think they did, in fact, just give him the piece after a couple of like go-arounds. Pretty funny. So he did, in fact, get the watch in the end. It's beautiful. It really is nice. Would you say this watch feels too Vatican, or do you think it hits that mark perfectly? I think it represents Vacheron extremely well. I love the hands. Really cool. Is that all that I've saved from Juan? I can't believe it. We've gone through like 30 of his pieces. Okay, moving on. Moving on next. So Julian, Juan, great selection. Thank you for sending these in. Again, you sent in so many. I didn't know what to do with them, so I decided to try and feature as many as possible. And we're coming up to the 3-hour mark. We're actually doing pretty well for time. How the hell? There's been over 150 watches for this show. I don't even know. Right, carrying on to Julian. Juan, thank you as always. Julian sent in a handful of pieces that were quite interesting. The bronze Black Bay, worth discussing. And when I do that, while I do that, I'm actually going to stop the poll here. 44 votes. What the hell just disappeared? That sucks. It was a 50-50 split. 44 votes, 50-50. I found that very interesting. There it is. So there's like a result. It's interesting. I don't know if you see this. Moon phases on watches, and there's like a little red. I don't know. This is a whole new chat feature that I'm just playing around with. I really like that. Yeah, again, awesome collection, Juan. It's amazing. His watches he's sent in the past. Juan just continues to hit it out the park, whether vintage or modern. Love his tastes. Yeah, it's a pleasure. Absolute pleasure. I love that poll. Hey, let's do another one while we're at it. This is fun. I don't know if it's going to affect like how it's going to work, but let's try again. Let's see. What is your take on bronze on watches? Yes or no? I think this will definitely get an interesting result as a blend. It's a funny thing. We chat about it often, but everyone has their own tastes. We can appreciate the wabi-sabi and all those little factors, but then again, it's not for everyone. And design person speaking, I just find it to be, when it comes to materials, it's just not one that is superior. Stainless steel is incredible because it's such a good alloy. Bronze, not for everyone. Works with this piece. I think the way the bezel's been done too. Of course, there's been a new bronze release that came out recently, right? And lots have been enjoying that because it has the new T-fit clasp, I think they call it, all of that stuff. So yeah, worth looking at. So far, I'm looking at the specs. The rating is 61% no of 39 votes. Now we're more equal. Now it's more balanced. I love that poll. Jose, I love it. Yeah, this is what I'm going to do now. I don't know if it like screws up the way people are looking at the chat, but I'm digging just the immediacy of it, 40 votes already, and we're getting like some pretty good input on perspectives. Interesting that they've done this. It makes the experience quite nice. The smell, that's another thing. I mean, that's a big downside. If everyone's smelt oxided metal, it gives us the creeps. Anyway, 1 minute, 43 votes, and the result It's more towards the nose. It's a 58%. Fascinating. I mean, also kind of on par with the whole moon phase thing. Everyone seems to be like on the fence. I'm liking it. Waiting for the Tudor Bronzo. Yes, you are. And I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts on it. Of course, how it ages on your wrist, Megan. Take it into the sea for me, please, and let me know how it goes. Next from Julian. Hold on. No, we're not there yet. We're going to go to this one first, which is the SBGX 341. Grand Seiko magnetic resistant. Never seen this. I believe it is a quartz. It's a Seiko, Grand Seiko quartz, so it's really good. And 4,000 amperes per meter. I'm trying to remember now. Milgauss is how many amperes? I think it's about that. No, it's about 4,000 or it's about 8,000. Any engineers or scientists can give me a point here. 4,000 amperes per meter doesn't sound like a lot, actually. I remember going into that a bit more. No, hold on. Milgauss is like 80,000 amperes per meter. Okay, weird. Help me out, people. Maybe I got my numbers wrong. So excuse the pixelations. This could have been my side saving it. Awesome looking example, though. The way they do, I mean, you can just tell it's Grand Seiko by looking at the lugs on the case. It's charming. Really is nice. Red accent. Notice 15 seconds has this little red highlight here. I guess it being an engineer's watch, you want that level of accuracy and all that stuff. I've just realized that the microphone's been away from my face. Anyway, you want that level of accuracy, and I think for timing things, it works. You're right. Am I right? What am I right about, Thomason, with regards to amperes per meter? I believe Milgauss, 1,000 Gauss is equal to 80,000 amperes. So what does that mean? 80,000 divided by 4,000. That's quite a ratio. That's like a tiny level of resistance next to it. How many zeros? Exactly. 40. This could be, hold on, this could be 40,000, judging by the, you can't see this, neither can I. I think it's 40,000 amperes. That means it's not a Milgauss. What's 500 in Latin? I don't know. 20 Gauss. Oh god. Carrying on. This is the shot of the watch, the loom shot, which is awesome. It is a 40,000. Okay. So I'm looking at it now. Sorry about that mix up. It's a 40,000 amperes per meter, which is half a Milgauss. What's half a mil? What's 500? Equally 500 Gauss. That's it. Okay. Thank you, Zira. Red accent. You mean like Jakov Smirnov? Oh, you guys are the worst. I love it though. I mean, it's what keeps me on my toes. White and red just works on a dial for some reason. Always. Like regardless of the watch, Megan, I agree. It's just stunning. And white dials always have that different connotation. Notice how the loom is different in color. Green at the quarters and then blue. I think that works nicely too. Blaine Gauss. Oh, God. And carrying on. A train leaves from Baltimore. Yeah, here we go. We're going to do a maths problem here. A train leaves from Baltimore at 8 p.m. going 60 miles an hour. That's what we're going to do next. I mean, we cover everything on these shows. And last but not least from Julian, I think, is a 36 mil day date with a champagne silver burst dial, Roman numerals, an interesting, looks like a corduroy strap, which is pretty cool. And great presentation. They mixed up looms in the factory. I mean, brands do that. They do that today. Blaine Gauss. Is this an IQ test for bewildered people? You know what, Eric? This is what I call the inebriated IQ test, or what are we going to call it? We can have like a classroom session maybe one day. I should have put a poll about that, right? Probably could have gotten a better answer. Maybe we could, like for those in the chat, have a poll running as we're discussing the Gauss of Mills. The Bling Gauss. Oh God, here we go. Okay, more whiskey into my system. Talisker 10, stunning whiskey. Go out and get one. Highly recommend. So we do find that the 36 mil day date is something special, and I think this is a good example where you can dress it down so much. Immediately when I saw it, I thought it was a date just. Only when you look at it again do you notice. I like that. Is that tritium? Megan's asking. You know what? I have no idea, but I don't think so. For some reason, this is quite a modern Grand Seiko. I don't think they would go tritium dial. Nice idea, though. Why don't more brands go with tritium tubes today? I don't know. Something so awesome about it. Maybe they have tritium at the quarters, but something tells me Grand Seiko wouldn't do that with their stuff. God, now we've got all the Gausses. Champagne dials can be interesting on the right Rolex. Yeah, for sure, for sure. For some reason, Romans seem wrong on a wristwatch. They work on some pieces, not all. I think on the Datejust, the day date, they do have their place. Some, I mean, we looked at a Seiko earlier on, a Seiko Presage, I think it was, and it looked awesome. Breguet, I mean, how can you ever say no to, we're going to look at one just now, Breguet with Romans. You can't say no to it. It looks stunning. We will see it. Making Blaine jealous. Expensive tritium replacements, that's something to factor in. Julian, thank you for these. Loved your variety. Bronze Bay, GS, and White Gold Day Date. Moving to Chrono Craze next, who was here a while ago, but he had to leave us. This is a micro brand, I believe. And the name is Direnzo. Hold on. Magic Mouse. What's the date? It's the 21st. It's 22nd. It's a time of the month, I'm afraid. Sorry, everyone. Direnzo, Geneva. Looks amazing. So it's obviously playing on the same like areas that we've seen from brands like where do we even start? Tissot and Chopard and all the it's gentrified. Gentrified is the word, right? But it's a beautiful dial for one reason alone. And this is why. Look how cool that dial is. So it has a cupped dial, whatever you want to call it, has that slope. Looks like a squash court or something. It looks so good. And of course, look at the batons and the indices, what do we call them, the plots on the dial. They're all elevated. It's kind of trippy. Like it does your head in a little bit, seeing how everything is semi-raised but also flat. Look at the background. It's a bit Inception-ish, how everything's lifting like that. I don't know. But it's a really interesting piece. I have never seen this maker before. Maybe Megan might know it. Great micro brand. Direnzo. I think he mentioned it uses a Solita movement. He gave me the spec sheet. I saved this quite late on today. I think it uses a Solita movement. And of course, the loom I had to save. The loom looks great. Very interesting watch. I mean, I think the designer would love this more than anyone. It has that like minimalism, kind of Young Hans-ish, but then also has that modern flair of an integrated bracelet and strap and all that stuff. What a cool looking dial, though. I love how it curves around it. And I mean, that's not a cheap exercise, by the way. I think that's something that we should factor in. So many brands today just put in a dial and then an attachment of a chapter ring on top of it. Namely, Seiko, I think, is one of the main contributors. Here we have this flow. And I've just realized that we've completely gone off topic discussing keeper watches. We're now 3 hours in. And of course, I've lost the plot and we haven't discussed that at all for like the last hour, battling with signal break and all that stuff. So Chrono Craze says, welcome back, Chrono Craze. Direnzo is working on a rubber strap option for it, looking forward to trying it when it's available. It's a great looking watch. White, I mean, another thing just to address the hands. I mean, FP Jaune, we think immediately, but no, Icopod. The elements on the dial all blacked out. The fact that you can see it so nicely, it's not polished, it's flat. Very interesting piece. These micro brands do manage to kill it. Stadium dial. I like that, Eric. It's got a stadium dial. Yeah, never heard of this maker before. I believe the dial is machined to this bowl shape. I love it. Very interesting. Great watch for $800. Tritium in tubes is illegal. Keeper, Olympic watch, 1976 Amiga Speedmaster Chrono Quartz, my first Olympics. Philip, thank you for that. Yeah, we discussed it at one stage, like at the very beginning of the show. It was a small little segment, and then we lost it. Now we're going to look at something really cool. And I somehow made a mistake where I have listed Raymond so far. I think I'll wait until we get to Raymond and then discuss it. No. Oh, no, I've botched it. Oh, well. Let's jump to Raymond quickly and discuss. What should we do? Okay, let's discuss it quick. Awesome watch, by the way, Chrono Craze. This one has like gotten a serious following. The Chrono Tokyo, that's the name, right? It's Kurono Tokyo edition. And this being the Toki dial. Now, lots of discussion on public message boards and forums, and everyone went nuts for this thing when it was released. Let me try and pull up some more shots. This is probably one of the best. Let's see, Raymond. You sent in a lot of stuff this week, Raymond. Everybody loves Raymond, though. This is a good shot to look at. So I believe it's a micro brand. It uses, yeah, there we go, Hans. Thanks. You took the words out of my mouth. It's a micro brand that uses a Miyota movement. And the Khaki dial is very special because it's not a salmon dial. Like everyone's calling it the salmon, but it's pink. And it's very specific because it's, oh, please, I'm 3 hours in. It's an endangered bird or something. I don't freaking know. But it's to do with that. Someone, Raymond is in the chat. Good. Is it to do with an endangered bird or something? That's why it's pink. It's very specific, and I like it a lot. It's beautiful. It really is. We've chatted about this piece a lot over like platforms. Lots of people have been discussing it, especially how it's sold out, like Ming and all these makers, and people are getting on board with these watches. Did I save any more from you? I don't think I did. I only saved 2 of this watch for some reason. And then you got Mont Blancs and stuff you sent in as well. But here we can appreciate just how nicely done the dial is, and it's beautiful. I mean, just as a dress watch, it looks stunning. But also just look at like the hands. You have a leaf hand, and then you have a syringe hand. Funky as. Very interesting. And then you have this triple sector element to the dial. Whoa, it's crazy. I don't know how to best describe it, but I do like it a lot. Khaki bird, that's it. So I was doing something. Nearly extinct. I can't believe I thumb sucked that, I swear. Maybe I do have a photographic memory or something. I don't know how I guessed that one. Thank you. It's gorgeous. Don't call the salmon pink. It's peach. Khaki intended to be copper. Yeah, it's fascinating. It's a really interesting color. I'd love to get like hands-on to see how it works. It's such a versatile color, actually, which I really like. As far as a dress watch goes, I think it could work in so many situations. The Ranch is still here. He would describe it as Blaine. Oh my God. It's beautiful. I mean, you guys have you've been hitting home runs this week, and I love it. Thank you, everyone. So I don't want to sit on this for too long. We're about to hit the 3 hour, 10-minute mark, and we've got lots still to go through. Beautiful watch, though. Really is special. The Blaine hands are very nice. I agree. Do a poll. Straps versus bracelets. Oh, I like this. It's a pity that I can't actually throw in my vote. Strap or bracelets? Yes or no? Now I have to like edit the option. That's a pain. To strap and then no to bracelets. Hold on. Bracelet. Did I spell it right? I don't know. Ask the community. Let's see. Strap or bracelet? What do you prefer? And you'll see the poll come up just now. Hit the vote button. We can get some percentages going. Ooh, given the choice, it all depends on the watch for me, man. I mean, I love a bracelet on a dive watch, but then I'm such a fan of straps, and especially like nylon, depending on it too. Bracelet, ooh, bracelet's getting it. Ooh, this is gonna be good. Love this watch. I'm actually quite infatuated. It's beautiful. The Blaine hands, the Blaine dial. I mean, it all just works nicely. I can't feel fancy in a strap. Did I spell bracelets right? Did I? I don't really know. Anyway, carrying on through. Awesome watch. Gonna move on. So we've just discussed one of Raymond's watches. Okay, let's go to a complete different category altogether, to Lionel, who sent in a really cool watch. I don't know what this display is in the background, but it looks awesome. That looks like a living art piece or something. So we've got the 15202 just when it was discontinued. This is what's special. He just picked this up when it was running. Apparently, I didn't even know they were discontinued, but apparently they have been. Unfortunate. That's going to definitely dent AP sales and their Royal Oak. I nailed it, Fox House. That's funny. Okay, one more poll. Yeah, you guys are awesome. I can't feel fancy in a strap. Both. Okay, so carrying on. The 15202 is a classic, the original jumbo. There's lots of stuff to love about it. I can definitely get behind it. Great size. The proportions, they're just nailed with this piece. The bezel size, all of those factors. I'm hitting the water now because I'm getting a bit of a dry throat. I'll be with you in a moment. So many wrong about bracelets. Or that I spelled it wrong. Or with regards to just how they wear. Because I know, Russell, you're not a fan of bracelets, really. You wear straps all the time. So that's something. That's the Blaine IQ test machine. Should we call it? Yeah, it's going to be like an IQ test. That's funny. Always get a watch on a bracelet if it has one. Yeah, of course, it's cheaper. And then swap out the straps later. So, I mean, when it comes to watches on bracelets, this is actually fitting. Nothing comes close to AP and the Royal Oak bracelet. I mean, it's a cut above. It's the most comfortable bracelet I've ever experienced. I've experienced a few. It does such a good job, even if it's solid gold. I've handled a couple of vintage solid gold Royal Oaks, and the weight disappears because of how well the bracelet fits to the wrist. It disappears on you, and it's amazing. even though it's a heavy metal, the way the bracelet melds and it's been machined. Let's not talk about the price of each link, but it's amazing how well it's done. So it does work on certain watches. I would most definitely be getting this watch on a bracelet and not on a strap. Yeah, I missed Chronocraze's comment. Montblanc GS, oh, of course. Remember, we'll get to you now. I didn't put your name in next to the watch, so I made a bit of a mistake. But you will be mentioned in a moment. Again, we're going to look at your other pieces you sent in. Dihydrogen monoxide. I'm going to keep the bracelet strap thing going for a little while. I'd love to read your poll collection thoughts. And carrying on, Lionel, this is awesome. Huge congratulations for picking this watch up as it was discontinued. I mean, that is so cool. Super envious, to say the least. As much as I love the chrono, I would love to own one of these pieces. It's beautiful. Keeper watch, absolutely, for sure. Completely different tangent. We're going to Mark with the 30 dial Submariner on a Jubilee bracelet. This is the most out there Submariner I have ever seen, I think. The next one up is probably the rainbow models of Daytonas and stuff, and the rainbow GMT. This is crazy. Really cool, though. Anyone in the chat, Mark, I don't know if you're with us. This watch is from 1994. I don't know what are these stones at the quarters? Can someone tell me? So we have diamonds, and then we have black sapphires or rubies or some. I really don't know. Someone maybe tell me. There's carbon in it. That's important to know. That's what makes them black. I love that Submariner. I said I lost that one. I'm going to jump into the poll and see what's going on. 50 votes. Ooh, interesting. So I'm going to end the poll and we'll see what the result is. I don't know if it's going to work. It's going to come up on the screen. Next year is the 50th anniversary for the Rolex Mil Sub. Oh, that's interesting. So look at that. The poll numbers are in. 68% bracelet, 31% straps of 50 votes. Very interesting. So everyone prefers bracelets over straps. I can understand that either way. I'm a lover of both. It depends on the watch for me. And I mean, Longines, for example, I can't not wear it on leather or a rally strap or a sailcloth or whatever. We're going to go with sapphires. Thank you, Raymond. So these are sapphires, and you dig this watch. So Kovacs says that next year is the 50th anniversary for the Mil Sub. In 2019, Rolex trademarked Mil Sub. What? Will we be seeing a Rolex Mil Sub reissue in 2022? Huh. Did anyone else know about this? That is pretty cool. They trademarked Mil Sub. Fascinating. You know what? That's fishy. I really don't know. Could easily be. I'd love that though. I would guess it's ladies. This one is pretty unisex actually. This was, I mean, in the 90s, these were the rave. And Juan says that sub with the diamonds was an anniversary. Okay, got it. I'm not really a fan of this Rolex dial, but many love it. Yeah, I mean it's same with diamond encrusted Daytonas, diamond dial Daytonas, and other examples. It's all personal taste. I actually have a friend whose dad wears this watch, similar, I think, on an oyster bracelet, and it's one of those pieces. It's of its time. I think we could say that the best. I do love it on the Jubilee. It just adds to that anniversary sub. Hairy lady wrist. I mean, I love it. Yeah, this is good. Rolex, no. Very interesting point. I mean, who mentioned that? That was Kovacs, I think, who said that in the chat. Love that point. I mean, if that's the case, that'll be amazing. Mark, excellent photograph, not just of the watch, but the clarity and everything. You can see every little detail. I mean, the diamond elements, sapphires. I think you said sapphires in the chat. I've seen that on a blue dial. Yeah, they do. I think they do this example on a blue dial as well. Okay, moving to Martin next. And it's the next Reverso. Ooh, this is a goodie. Look at that strap. In this light, it just works perfectly. So, I mentioned him earlier at the beginning of the show, saying that he got this watch for the birth of his son a few months ago, giving it to him when he graduates university. He hasn't thought about the engraving he's going to put on the watch, but then we go, JLC circling back to keeper watches. This is most definitely a keeper watch. It's so cool. Small seconds, nicely balanced. Look at it. Just admire. Sit back and admire. I'd love to just end the show on this watch, actually. It's a gem. Classic Reverso, yep, for sure. Diamond studded mil spec mil sub. Can you imagine though? God, that'd be funny. I've seen that on Blue Dial. Okay, I'm rereading the chat now. Always in style. in 100 years' time, this watch will still be as amazing. And yeah, it's the power of not just the outside aesthetic of the case, everything that it does well there, but and the dial. Those numerals will just never go out of fashion, I don't think. They're just so clean. Also, if we get right in close, they're all serifed. Serif meanings though it has those little edges to them, you know, like an eye, a capital I with those little gadgets. Every little element. I so love a serif dial. When you get in close to your watch and notice that there's a serif to the numerals, all of a sudden it feels different. So anyone who doesn't know typography, sans serif is often what you see assigned to text and things. Sans meaning without. So yeah, helps to know graphic designers. So I can tell you that much. They save you when you least expect it. Can tell you that from personal experience. Taking a hit from the whiskey again. Beautiful size. As far as a graduation watch, when his son graduates university, can you get any better? Serif font script. That's it. Yeah. Strap perfect. It's beautiful. I mean, this would be a it's the horse leather. What is it called? 3 hours. I'll never get it. Okay, I got to carry on. My God, this is going to be a long show, people. Martin, this is another Martin, I think. This is Martin C. This is Martin that I didn't save his surname, so he's a different Martin. The first watch that he got was the Black Bay 58. Surprise, surprise, another Explorer. Black Bay 58 was his first watch, and just recently, over the last few months, he's picked up these two pieces to complement it. I mean, we're talking about keeper watches. These are all, he mentions, these are all going to be keeper watches in the collection. Time for another glass. Yeah, I wish I could just get up. I mean, I could. When the internet cut, I should have just gotten up and refilled, but oops. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. I mean, all three of these pieces, I love how they're all representative of pretty much how the brands are seen today. That's something to pay attention to. Tudor with their heritage stuff, Rolex with their modern-looking dials, and Grand Seiko with their polishing and with the dial arrangement too. Amazing. A horse died for that watch. Yeah, that's it. It's Shell Cordovan leather. Thank you, Thomason. It was on the tip of my tongue, and Kovacs mentioned it too. So then technically this is a sheriff dial if you've got a horse leather strap. This is so bad. Right. Nice looking arrangement. I really dig this trio. I've actually been in a place where I've had both the 39 and the Black Bay in the watch box. Very Horween. Now I'm just getting confused. What's the difference between Cordovan and Horween? Someone tell me, please. I've been able to have both of these in the watch box at once, and they really work well. Even if you don't wear them often, just together in the watch box, they look so good together, side by side. It's nice. So what's the difference between Shell Cordovan and Horween leather? Someone please tell me. Martin, thank you for this triage. Matthews, next. Now, any guesses on how big, my God, how big this photo was that he sent? Any wild guesses? Are we going to... I wish I could do a poll where you could submit your own numbers. Just throw in a number in the chat. Megabytes wise. Juan Trick Pony, Henry West. So this is called the IWC Pilot's Chronograph. I thought it was a Spitfire or something, but it's not. They call it the IWC Pilot. It's the most original name I've ever heard. Pilot's Chronograph. So we have 200 megabytes. Russell, you're pretty close. 64. Well, at least your numbers are pretty close. It's a decimal off, but pretty close. 1.5 gigabytes, close enough. 64. It was 22 megabytes in size, this one photograph. 1 mega blanes. Oh, God, we got blanes for the B. So this being 22 megs, it's insanely good quality, and you can just drink in all the details. Another example here. Actually, funny enough, we were looking at that Portuguesa earlier on. Heineken dial. This is the same green, I think, now in less direct light. Run to the bottle. We will think it's the internet. I like that, Megan. No, I wouldn't do that to you. 3 times not the charm in this case. I'm not going to go silent 3 times in one show. Yeah. I could have just deliberately disconnected the internet to take a breather. Who knows? We will never know. Khaki strap looks pretty good. Oh, I love that color. Why don't more watches have this emerald finish? British racing green, whatever you would call it. And of course, you have a day-date complication, which is something that IWC seems to be using a lot with their models. I don't know why exactly. Casa Fagliano, that's another strap name. Oh, hold on a sec. Mark's telling me about leather here. This is important. Mezzanine mentions that Horween is a US maker. Huh, okay. I got to be careful saying Horween. According to the JLC webpage, this watch is dressed with a strap from the Fagliano collection, designed by the great Argentinian bootmaker. Tell you what, when it comes to provenance and all that, makes sense. Makes sense there. Speak slower. Yeah, I really do, right? I mean, Fagliano, it doesn't sound very good when you say it slowly, right? Anyway, carrying on. Beautiful, beautiful piece. One thing I'd really dig is the balance. It feels wholly IWC, the way it's been done. And the numerals, how the subdials break up the place, everything feels well fitted. I believe it's like 42 mil, maybe 40 mil. I have no idea. Still, we're going to throw in some more Juan jokes. I'm missing them. There we go. The great Blaine will know. That's it, Eric. Thanks for that. Polo boots. That's to do with the leather. I have got to go to an IWC AD. I feel like I do not appreciate them enough. I don't think I've ever seen one in person. Nefarion, try out their new big pilots. They look so good. Seeing them on display, just seeing them on display alone, they look so nice. 43 mil. I looked at IWC with green dial. It's very impressive. Not fugly at all. I mean, Fagliano. I mean, that could be another way of saying the word, right? Watch champion. I don't even know anymore. We're just losing touch. Awesome little chamfering. I agree, Megan. It's a stunning dial. I mean, what do we compare it to? I think of the Z Blue Milgauss dial, also one of the most beautiful dials that a watch brand makes. This is exceptional. Beautiful finish. Carrying on. Let's keep on going. Mouseman. Rene, I don't know if you're in the chat, but you sent in a vintage, I'm going to butcher this, Aube. A-U-B-E. Aube. Le Locle, which is the manufacturer plant, obviously. And we've just had a look at the modern version of the Vacheron Perpetual with all those funky elements, the pointer hands and stuff. Here is an exact recreation of this watch. Let's just say the exact original of a watch, just the same. How cool is that? Let's see if I can read the description. A yearly calendar, he mentions, and moon phase. Okay. So nothing about the movement specs. But this watch, I would imagine, is from like the 40s or the 50s. So cool. So cool. And you can just appreciate the same aesthetics once again. You don't have open sixes. You do have a bit of cleavage. You do have a bit of a rounded 8 and no open 9s. But you know what? It looks pretty good. Whoops. Come back. And he sent in another shot of it at an angle so we can appreciate just that. Oh, hold on, Magic Mouse. You can appreciate the depth to the dial. Stunning. Interesting brand, and you check it out. So Aube, at least that's how I think you say it. Aube, who knows? I think it's 50s. It does. I mean, it must be like 35 mils in size. Okay, we're going to carry on. I mean, we're running now. Oh God, we're not going to. This is going to be a 4-hour monster. There we go, Megan. Yeah, that's it. Oh God, that's one of the best comments of the show. I think I'm not going to read it out loud because I'm sure the algorithm is going to be very angry with me if I do. But I say everything bad on the show, so who knows? Carrying on. So Raymond sent in a huge selection. Just like after that, I don't think anything could top that Chrono Tokyo machine because that was just beautiful. We have Christopher Ward's Mont Blanc and Tissot to look at next. This is a Christopher Ward World Time, I believe. It's called the Grand Malvern. Is that a place? I don't know. Christopher Ward's doing well as a brand. I think he sent in so many submissions. I've struggled to keep track, but he's Magic Mouse. But it's pretty interesting. I don't know how you would read this dial. We have actually chatted about this exact watch or something similar. A world time complication that like rotates around in places. I don't know. Might have to give me some more specs. Raymond does tend to give me a full specification sheet on the watches, and sadly, I can't memorize all that stuff before. Is that in Pennsylvania? I really don't know. I mean, it could be a place. Since Christopher Ward's based in the UK, maybe Malvern is a place here. No idea. Now I need a boob phase watch. Boob phase. So no more moon phase. Are we going to go Blaine phase? God, I don't know. Carrying on. So he sent in a shot of the packaging. Christopher Ward, I don't understand how they've gone this way with their logo. That's one thing I do tend to crit quite often. The logo feels bizarre, but maybe that's just me. Interesting brand, though. They're doing, I mean, look at the Sandhurst, Christopher Ward Sandhurst, and be amazed at how cool that piece is. A nice looking movement. It's good that you get to see an open back. I would imagine it's ETA based of some kind. Yeah, movements are Swiss. Okay, got it. So maybe that has to do with how the text is, the logo is arranged. Maybe this plus is to do with Switzerland and this one's to do with UK. I don't know. This plus could be UK. Oh, well, who knows? Carrying on next. After Christopher Ward, we're jumping to Mont Blanc. Okay, let's try and get this. Of course, there's so many examples. This is a really interesting watch. The Geophase is one that people are getting behind quite a lot. The Geosphere, sorry. The 1858 Geosphere. Something about Mont Blanc, they seem to always like jump on the 1800s bandwagon. All of their watches have like some 1800 reference to it, which is pretty cool. Celisa 300, thank you, Raymond, for that. Their logo reminds me of the Space Invaders video game. Yeah, I mean, that's what they could be going for. I have absolutely no idea. I think it has to do with the nationality, the Swiss flag, and then the UK flag somehow. But it's weird. It is really weird. I don't know why they did it. What was the purpose behind the brand shift? So as for this watch, let's just run through it. So this is interesting. I think last week we featured this strap on another piece. So he's rocking this world timer with the full cover-up arrangement. I think Eric Bell would have a good laugh looking at this because this is seriously mil-spec. I mean, through the 70s and 60s, guys were wearing these all the time. This was the way. You want to protect your watch and all the reflections and stuff. Keep it covert. Covert, that's the one. This is how you do it. And stunning machine. So what makes this special? Oh, quick microphone adjustment. What makes this special is that it's covering both the northern and southern hemispheres, which is nice. You don't see that very often, especially a watch of this price bracket, which is cool. And yeah, guys are commenting on the case back's pretty nice. Gotta love an engraved case back. Of course, they probably give you like the world time elements here. I don't know. There's so much, but cool looking piece. And guys are laughing at the element of that cover up. It's pretty funny. Brown Ops. Yeah, that's it. Down under. It's the worst logo. We're talking about Christopher Ward now. Oh, I've got to just mute myself and scratch my ear because this headset I'm wearing is going right into it. So don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just muting myself. Give me 1 second. That's better. The sacrifices we make. So, awesome looking piece. I love the ceramic bezel. It has a compass bezel, I should say. And it's not the most practical thing for for daily use, but then it also works with the whole geosphere arrangement there. So it looks good though. Really works nicely. Nice arrangement. We chatted about it before. There've been a couple of submissions of this watch. And then last but not least, we have a Tissot Navigator. Raymond loves his pilot pieces. So this is another example. It looks like a world time comp. Again, sorry for not saving the specs on this piece, but it looks GMT-ish. It looks very Glycine Airman-esque with the way the dial's been done. But nice. I like how they've put the text inside. They have Auckland, Midway, Honolulu. That's cool. Mexico, Denver, San Francisco, Calcutta. I mean, I love, it's so cool seeing a world complication on the dial. Mentioning big, this is probably quite a monster to fit all the elements on the dial. Great movement, open back. Raymond has very interesting taste in watches. We've shared lots, tons actually. Remember, this is episode 30. We've shared tons of his pieces in the past, and I think goes to show that as a collector, you can go anywhere and experience everything. This thing looks huge. 45 mils, I'm going to guess. It's going to spitball. Retro, their 1953. Again, with the early references, is crazy. 1953. I really like this. I mean, Tissot is doing some good stuff. Typeface, they're bringing back the classic style. This I can get behind. I really dig how it's been arranged. Yeah, man, Raymond, it's a pleasure. We have good fun here. We try to. And still going. I'm missing you all in the chat, but I've got to keep motoring because we've now just crossed the 3.5 hour threshold. Oh, my soul. There's so much still to cover. Rob sends in a Shinola from Detroit. I mean, now we have an American-made watch, which is great to add. 45 millimeters. He says he thought he would throw something a bit more bizarre into the ring of pieces we normally see. So this is a full-on chrono with a day, date, and a month complication. kind of like it. And yes, covering every base, basically. And also notice how the dial has that 56 arrangement with the numerals and the batons arranged there. I like it. I was going to go 4. No. Oh, right. Yeah. So Hans, that's it. Hey, I mean, time-wise, 2:05. Eric's. Oh God, probably. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. I've got to keep on motoring, or else we're never going to last. This is crazy. Shoe polish brand name. It's a weird name. Shinola is an old one though, isn't it? I don't know how you say it. Shinola. Sounds a bit Michael Jackson. Shinola. Not bad though. Burgundy bezel insert. Red seconds hand. Not for everyone. But I didn't know Timex made. Sure, I don't know they do. I'm new to this. The lugs remind us of very early wire lugs that you would see on, Apple Watches and all that stuff. Well, Apple Watches. What's some other good examples? There are lots of pieces that have those, kind of reminiscent of early cushion cases and models from the First World War. Those eras, I would say. Never seen RGM. Regards to American watches. Extremely underrated watchmaker. This is interesting. My Sharona, I don't know what's going on in the chat. What happened to US horology? Do they make in-house movements these days? Interesting point. And the perfect person to ask is actually Juan, because he solely collects vintage American-made movements and watches. So would be worth discussing. But this is pretty cool. Chronograph, date, month. No moon phase, unfortunately, for the moon phase lovers out there, but it covers everything else pretty nicely. Cool bezel, 45 millimeters in size. Assembled in the USA. Good point there, Blaine. Not made in the USA. Okay, carrying on, Rob. Thank you for this. I've got to move. We discussed this exact watch at the beginning of the show. Steve just picked up this piece. Oh, this is great. So he picks up this watch as well as another one. And we're definitely going to have a poll on the other one in a moment. Blue dial date just. Isn't it funny that, hold on a sec. Every date just we've discussed has had Roman numerals today. Isn't that weird? That is so strange. I don't think we've had a single date just that has not had batons. There's not had Romans, no batons. Weird, very weird. So he didn't just pick up this watch, which is a stunning machine. I think nice and subtle too, very underrated. He picked up another one. And we're going to chat about this in a second. I'll give you a hint. Let's just jump to the clasp and the bracelet quickly. So it's two-tone. It's a professional model. Interesting to consider. But then we get to the front of it, and it's a bit of a surprise. And the newly released two-tone. So this is definitely going to get a poll, and I'm looking forward to this. Explorer TT, yes or no? And let's hear what the community has to say about this one. I'm going to enjoy this. This is, I hope the last bloody Explorer we've gone through like 6. I thought that we would. There is at least 6 of these examples that we've covered over the discussion. So this is the only one in two-tone. And I think, the more I think about it, the more I believe it's going to have some kind of collector status one day, just because it's so out there and different to what we normally look at. So yeah, get into the polls, and I want to hear the votes. Want to see the votes while he takes another hit from the Talisker. When I say hit, I mean like micro sips. If I drink any more of it, I'll be coughing and spluttering, and don't want that. So we have the two-tone Explorer, and then next to it, the date just, both in 36. I think he picked them both up simultaneously. What an interesting pairing. How strange is this, actually? Watch this. The Explorer is supposed to be the under-the-radar watch. It's supposed to be the casual everyday wearing piece. The sports watch, the date just, is supposed to have that moniker of being two-tone and fluted bezel and precious metals and all that stuff. So that's a strange dynamic to see these two in different planes. How weird is that? Steve, this is you. Hey, welcome. You were a lucky boy. Same day. That's pretty special. At least I think it was. And we're in good health. As far as the two-tone Explorer goes, hell, it's a conversation starter for sure. The voting. Ooh, the voting is getting good. I'd love to know more. Just keep on hitting those polls. I want to see what the end result is. It's looking pretty close, judging by the numbers. You can't see the numbers, I don't think. Get out the D28 and start singing, Eric says. Oh, God, that would be a time. Yeah, I wish I could actually. The problem is the microphone sound deadens all the stuff. It doesn't pick up outside noises. It's got a noise canceling feature to it, which is a pain in the naught. And of course, Megan just picked up one of these watches. And look, she's my age. And as far as it's such an interesting discussion to go around. He says this 3 hours 35 minutes into the bloody show. It's got a feminine quality to it. I think I can understand why ladies would love it a lot more. But then, as far as a unisex watch, it also manages to hit those marks too. It's got a bit of bling. It's an anniversary explorer in a sense, which is pretty special. Of course, the dial and the lume is incredible with this watch, so that's worth pointing out. And it's interesting. Two-tone explorer, greater than no explorer. You know what, Daniel? It's probably one of the best comments made about the subject. Rather get a two-tone than nothing. And there's always going to be interest in this watch, I believe, even though it is two-tone and a bit different. We could say it goes against the brief of what the Explorer should be about. But if you were a skilled enough watchmaker or just tinkerer, get a solid bracelet, no two-tone bracelet, and then change out the bezel for a standard polished bezel insert. Then you have a gilt dial Explorer. I've just thrown some ideas out there. Steve, if you're listening still, try and find an aftermarket polished bezel and standard bracelets. Maybe swap. Hey, hold on a sec. No, the Datejust has a polished centerlink. Brush the centerlinks out on this. Throw it onto this watch now and then you have a gilt dial arrangement. I mean, that's what they should have done for this piece, I think. Gilt dial on this watch would look insanely cool. Too much bling bling. Okay, we're going to move on next. Oh, gosh, here we go. Oh, okay. We're still rolling, people. 3 hours, and we can still bring out tricks out of the hat. Rabbits out the hat. I don't even know the expression. Let's have a look at the poll. 49 votes. I'm going to end the poll and look at that balance. Very interesting. So Megan says, dress it up, dress it down. Perfect watch for a female. Yeah. Remove the Explorer name, replace it with something else. Everyone would love it. That's another thing. I mean, giving it the Explorer name already gives it that stigma, which is interesting. Gilt dial Explorer would be amazing. I mean, you don't need to have the two-tone elements, just gold accents on the dial. Look at that balance. 49 votes, 59% no, yes, 40%. That's close. That is really close. We've been on the fence with everything. There have been no definitive answers. Okay, now, well, this is going to be one. I want to see like 100% rating here. Let's go one more poll comment questionnaire. So this one is, let's get to it. So it's a classic and it's the reference 5. Out loud. This freaking internet, man. What is happening? Sound check's good. Add to stream. You can probably hear me now. I don't freaking know. Let's see. That was weird. This has really been an adventure for all of us. How beautiful. Right, I think we're back. Let me know. So what happened there was StreamYard decided to give me the boot, but I was able to still get into the chat. That is so ridiculous. I think the program is trying to tell me it's time to wrap up, basically. Right, we're back in. That was so strange. Right, so this Breguet is obviously cursed. So running through, what I love about this watch very briefly, it has this amazing isometric dial to it, which is very special. I see we've lost the 100 of you. We've backed down to 90, but it's all good. Fixed it in the end. Bloody gremlins. Yeah, right. It's just ridiculous. The texture on the dial is amazing. This three-dimensionality that the Jlc has been able to, it's a pissery, you would call it, right? I don't even know. But it looks three-dimensional, and that's the idea. And they did that all with cross-hatching, which is amazing. Lots of lines on one element and then less lines on the other side, and you get this superb light play. Yeah, that was strange. I've never seen the Twilight Zone on a live stream before, but you get it all here. That was that was weird. The stream was still going, but I couldn't access it. I don't really know. Technology, man, technology. So I think lots of people jumped off, but it's all good. We're still rocking. Close up, we got a shot of it on the edge. We can appreciate the coin edging. We've pretty much covered every watch. Like, we've done pretty well. Maybe the internet is saying to take a short break. Yeah, you're right. I think that was our commercial break. I think it's the YouTube polling tool conflicts with the live stream. Losing my text, I'm typing when you press the poll. That could be it. Maybe that is a glitch. Because I did put it up just as it crashed. That could have been it. I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to edit out these radio silence segments. That is bizarre. Anyway, yeah, got to enjoy it. I did swear out loud that time, and that was pretty funny. I even laughed at myself because it was well timed. It was comedic. Coin edging, beautiful. Breguet Classique, perfection. Look at that movement. I think it's the most recent pickup from Tarek, and how can you not adore this watch? It is just absolutely incredible. That movement is spot on. So do you reckon that is the case? The polling tool, Megan, very good shot there. I think that could be it exactly. The polling tool, as fun as it is, Internet Zero, I like it. As fun as it is, it seems like it breaks the show. That's one good way to go into an ad break. Drop a poll, crashes the page, go and fill up the coffee, come back, fix it, check the poll, and you've done a good job. Ziraha, thank you. Have one whiskey on me. Absolute pleasure. The Bear, the internet provider. I don't know why it happened this time, but you know, after 3 weeks, the one time I want to do a live show, so it crashes. It's just the beauty of the performance. Need to hold on till the end. It won't be long. We won't be long. We've got a couple more beautiful watches, and then we're going to call it. So thank you again, Ziraha, for this. We're going to get to you at the very end of the show, actually. Frank Bueller, Casablanca, oh God, Breguet Classique are incredible. They are, sure. And getting to the sector dial again, we were chatting about how Romans deserve to be on a watch. I mean, how can you not love a Breguet Classique with Romans on a dial? It's just something about it. It's so special. It is so, so special. Life is full of strife. Oh, woe is me. That's it, Wilson. I agree. Stroke instead. Coin edge effect on the case. Brilliant movements. Yeah. Amazing. Such an amazing watch. Didn't happen on Bobby Legs. Maybe. Yeah. StreamYard. Not sure if he uses... I think he does. Most of us do. Very interesting. I've been looking at Streamlabs as a possible variant for live streaming. Maybe that'll be something else I can do in the future. Who knows? But yeah, Romans are perfect on Breguets. One thing that we would all love, though, let's get back to it. Having Breguet numerals where instead of Romans on a sector dial. Can you imagine how great that would look? And how much people would go after that watch? Because that's what we really want to see, don't you think? Yeah, amazing. And carrying on, we've chatted about Breguet enough. It's beautiful. We've chatted about it before, I think, Tarek. We featured it last week. It's amazing. In future, ladies and gents, send in some macro shots or some close-ups on elements to your pieces. That would be so cool. So featuring one watch and then focusing on all the little assets that make it special would be awesome. Okay, to Tyler, our man Turbo T2, who's still in the chat, I think. He is. He's still with us. He went on a trip to Chicago and, of course, telltale sign, the bean, rocking the new 41mm Submariner. I find it interesting how much of an attraction this little landmark is. You know, I don't even know who did this, who actually created it. How bad is that? I immediately think Frank Gehry, but it's not. Was it? What's his name? A London-based architect and designer. He's done lots of automotive design related things. Thomas Heatherwick. Was it Thomas Heatherwick? Maybe someone tell me. I don't know. Looks great though, and it's awesome seeing it in context. I mean, there you are amongst the masses. It's really interesting how they keep it so highly polished. Anish Kapoor, I got that completely wrong. Frank Beanie, oh god, now it's gonna get terrible in the chat. Thank you. I'm gonna take Russell's comment. Anish Kapoor, thank you. Everyone else is wrong. Awesome looking shot though, and of course another baseball game, a 2-for-1 Chicago Cubs playing, and we get to see the 41 mil in all its glory once again. Jeff Loons. I don't know. I wonder who's in charge of polishing this landmark. Can you imagine how much of a pain that must be as an experience? That must suck. Like, honestly, I don't even know how you would do it. You would need a cherry picker and get in there with what would you use? Some fancy polishing cloth. Frank Mueller had received much flack for its dubious, scandalous use of their movements. Master of complications. Ooh, guys are chatting. So yeah, awesome piece. We've chatted about 41. Tyler, I think more than anything, I love the context of these shots. The fact that there's a baseball stadium full of people, same as Chicago, seeing the bean in the middle of the city, that whole presentation is superb. Really awesome. Used lots of Cape Cod. Can you imagine Cape Cod cloth? They get a good shout out on these platforms. So, carrying on through to Thomason, and funny enough, his watch was featured on the cover, and it's another Milgauss. Wouldn't you believe? Yet another Milgauss. It's amazing. We've covered all of them today, which is pretty cool. And this being the white dial variant, probably not the most popular of the models, but well worth looking at. I think they're great examples. And here we see he's changed it to a leather strap. I love this little insert. Makes such a difference to the watch when it's on the wrist. It just tidies it up a bit more, you know. And he sends in another shot, I think. Did I save it? I probably didn't. That's weird. He also has a shot of a date precision. And this is also beautiful. Also a gilt dial, surprisingly. And another example of classic Rolex and its cleanliness back in the day. So Milgauss, white, date precision, just the same but different. This oyster date, I believe, is a manual wind, which is pretty cool. I have Le Mans coming out of my right speaker. Oh, awesome. That's really nice. I'm missing the going. Are both the Glickenhaus cars still in the race? Please let me know. Comment yes or no. Both Glickenhaus cars, the hypercars. And carrying on in the chat, Cape Cod once again. I'm liking that the chat's quietening down a little bit. Love the white dial, Megan says. It is something cool. It's the most outlandish you will ever see Rolex go, I think, in their professional line, especially this one. And it's good to see this watch is being worn. As far as keeper watches go, this is definitely one to add to that family there. Special. Very, very special. So, Thomason, you were here. You weren't last. Oh, there's one more from Tyler. How's this? So, Turbo, you got one more shot. The Chicago Museum, of course. Another edition. The 41 mil sub has been on some expeditions this past week, I think it was. Oyster date precision mechanical. That's awesome. Manual wind. Yeah, I like it. These are amazing. Oyster dates, just the standard Rolex Oyster. Anything precision from back in the day. They have some great value for money watches out there. I like the fact that you wear your pieces too. You don't keep them. I mean, you can see a big notch out the side here, and then also on the white variant, you've got this big slot taken out the side here of the polished. It's one downside to the Milgauss is it's so highly polished, but interesting. Hugo, yes, of course, Hugo on display. Oh, God. Next up, we have Vince, and then we're almost done. We're all home stretch. Oh my God, it's going to be a 4-hour show, people. I don't want to break any records today. This is a beautiful watch, though. Tudor Advisor. So cool. Vince came in clutch with this one right at the end. And this is he did mention in the email, and I fully agree, like the North Flag, it's one of the most underrated in the Tudor category. It's basically like you're getting a JLC. in a way. You're getting that level of complication. It's like a Memovox. It's Tudor's Memovox. Has lots of history to it, and the fact that they brought this watch out, it was quite a successful release, but then just ended up being a sleeper. You know, it never was one that caught up, and I think people are missing a lot when. I mean, it's like it's a different level of horology in the space. The Kippers, lovely. Thanks. I'm not going to say that out loud. That's good. That's the thing about being me. You don't break, you break records by accident. Nefarion, right? How many breaks have we had today on the show? Three internet breaks. The most amount of explorers I've ever seen in my life. We got a Tudor rose on the crown. I love that. What else for record breaking? I don't know, but if we do go on beyond 4 hours, it might turn out to be a record, and I don't want that to be. Oh, God. The internet breaks, such a pain in the north. I'm sorry about that. It really was a disaster, as you would expect. Very interesting watch, though, as Megan says. The core to Arabics are nicely done. The fact that you actually have the power reserve for the alarm over here, which is cool. You have a on indicator, which is, it looks considered. You know, it's framed. It's not just thrown in there as an afterthought. You can actually see it tells you it's on, and that I believe it's fully wound here. And you also have the hand to indicate where exactly the alarm is going to be going. And then you have the date complication and running seconds. No, you don't. What is going on? No, date complication with a pointer. Come on, dude. He's keeping it going. losing track. Okay, last but not least, we have Ziraha and a vintage. Also, capping up the show with a keeper watch, a Marvin watch that belonged to his grandfather, and then we're going to Russell's latest pickup with a couple of interesting ones that he has collected over the years. Megan was chatting about subs. Yes, I agree. I mean, no date subs. You can just never go wrong with them. Record. Most Blaine references in history. Yeah, most Blaine, most Juan references as well. We have referenced Juan in the past, but Juan more time. And carrying on through, I need an advisor how to work that watch. Yeah, right. It needs to teach you itself how to run it. It definitely takes practice, as far as I know. It takes read the manual. These watches do come with a manual, which helps. I hope it's a green 5711. It is, Nefarion. I don't know if you saw the beginning of the show, but it is. And so, last but not least, Ziraha with 1967 Marvin hand wound, I believe. 37 mils, his grandfather's watch that he picked up in 1963. At a time when these pieces, I mean, Swiss watches were pretty expensive. I think he was in Bulgaria. No, not Bulgaria. I can't remember. It started with a B. One of those places. And he picked up this watch all those years ago and just loves it. And loved it, should I say. Handed it down. And as far as a keeper in the collection, time is my only fear. The enemy of sand. The enemy of sand, I think. I don't know if that's the description. Someone help me. Belize. I don't know. Now we're going for it. Brighton, Burundi, Yugoslavia. Ziraha, thank you. It was Yugoslavia. I was close. Burundi. Oh, it's so bad. Sorry, the squeaking chair is back at it again. So we have the Quarter Arab. It's a beautiful watch. I mean, the size is also good. 37. It is sand. Okay, I read that right. Good. Yeah, I struggle with reading handwriting at the best of times. Don't worry, it's not a critique on your handwriting. I'm terrible at it. Awesome watch. I mean, the history, the family background, keeper in the collection for sure. It's special. What did Eric say? Blaine-land. Oh God, you guys are still on the ball 4 hours in. That's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. Time for coffee. God, that was beautiful though. I mean, that's called organic humor. That's when it just happens naturally. Like when the internet just decides to break. And finally, Ziraha, thank you for sending this. Very special. We're going to jump to Russell's selection. Russell always tends to be last on these shows. Deliberately, I leave him last. And this is such a weird watch. So we've been running now for almost 4 hours. We can definitely sit around this zone, keep on chatting for like another 10 minutes or so. I don't freaking know. This is bad. I don't know how many people are going to watch this after the fact, knowing that it's a 4-hour show. Oh, Jesus, this is so good. I don't like sand. It's coarse, it's rough, it's irritating. Yeah, it gets everywhere. Right, so we're talking about sand. We've got some grain on the bezel here. Stainless steel, Patek Nautilus, green dial, the prices of these watches. Russell sent me a photo of this watch being listed on Chrono24 for £750,000. Get with the program, people. Whoops, that was my chair. £750,000 for a watch. Just blows. I mean, what is that? $750,000 for a stainless steel. And I mean, this is the hype that's now been running for this watch and all of that tied to it, which I find just bizarre. So he's fallen for this watch because he loves the fact that it's so weird and quirky, and it'll always be just not this watch. Similar, yeah, not this one exactly. Yeah, you're right. This is yours, but I mean, I'm talking about another one listed online. He loves it because it just doesn't make sense and it's fun, and the diamonds actually are very subtle when you wear it day to day. Outside, indoors, it's very peculiar. But I find it fascinating. It's such a you can't call it an ugly duckling, but you can call it one of those outstanding. When I say outstanding, I mean outlier watches in the category where how do you pair stainless steel with diamonds on a Patek? And how is that going to factor in when it comes to collectability and stuff? This is definitely one of those pieces that you need to keep, along with anniversary examples and all of that. Works well. So Nautilus belongs to Michael. Yeah, producer Michael. Yep, sounds good. I don't know what's going on. Subtle, if you say so. Yeah, it's not exactly subtle, but I mean, the diamonds would obviously show a lot more under direct lighting. In natural light, I don't think it would be as aggressive, but yeah, 750, it's just stupid. I mean, I don't even know what the actual retail of this watch is, but dare I ask, Marmite watch, vanilla watch, whatever you want to call it. We are going to now, okay, we've chatted about this piece enough. We've just, oh God, been 1 minute away from 4 hours. 2 more pieces. It's a cool looking watch. The green, I mean, just as the bezel is probably pretty subtle in daylight, the green is also not bright and, emerald that we've already discussed. It's not your Hulk Submariner green. It's a little bit different. Before the show ends, can you talk about the new Bremont 40mm GMT reference? Oh, Bonaventure, you know what? I actually wanted to do another live show next weekend. I've got something on my mind about a topic that I wanted to run. It's not going to be a 4-hour show, but it can be more of a question-answer related thing, which could be pretty fun. And it's on a subject that resonated with me, and I thought it would resonate with you too. We could have a good talk back and forth. So maybe next weekend, Saturday, I'll do another one of these. Then we can, of course, research and discuss all of that for sure. After 4 hours, I don't think I'll be lucid enough to discuss all of that. But yeah, olive green dial, 4 times retail. It's just ridiculous. Okay, and we're going to finish off with 2 more. All good. 4 hours is already a lot. Yeah, I don't know how I managed to do it, but we will definitely, Bonaventure, remind me next week if we do run the show again. I want to discuss some more brand related pieces. That's going to be the segment of the show, and then 2 more pieces that I think are pretty interesting to discuss before we come to an end. The most bizarre, one of the most peculiar watches of the show is the one at the end. Least Not Down Freak. This being a watch that Russell got for himself for his 40th birthday. And for him, when it comes to keeper watches, at the end of the show, 4 hours in, we're still going, it's one that needs to have sentimentality and ties to you in some way or another. And as far as a birthday watch, you can never go wrong, right? There's something always special about that. So for him, I mean, how can you not like the Freak? It's the weirdest example out there. I should just post Freak in the chat. He's back. Rancho, we're just about to close off. Yeah, we've had an interesting couple of signal breaks. I should post another vote poll in the chat about yes or no on the Ulysse Not Down Freak. I think it would be not that unanimous, but interesting enough. Worn in the League of Extraordinary. You know what, Blaine? I wouldn't be surprised. This looks so like steampunk, turn of the Victorian era. Yeah, it feels like it, right? Interesting movie. Nice aesthetic they went for with it. The comics are even better. Same illustrator as Dark Knight Returns and all of those. The Watchmen, I think it's the same illustrator back then. Yeah, fascinating artwork around there. So yeah, it does feel like this steampunk Victorian era styling. I think that's exactly what they went for with this piece. Very interesting. One more poll. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do it because we've discovered that we think it crashes the show. So it's one way to end the show, a poll to break it. So this was for his 40th, and then for his 50th, an 8-year wait for the Will Time Patek, what do you call it? It's not a Calatrava, Patek World Time with the Grand Faux enamel dial and all of those elements. So again, keeper watches need to have, at least in Russell's case, needs to have that tie, something that you can add to your collection that sits with you and that you can enjoy for all time. And it's pretty special. Keeper watches do come in all shapes and sizes. For those who have watched the entire show, I should have said this in the beginning, maybe comment your thoughts on what you think the Keeper watch is defined as once the show is over or whatever else. But I think we're long gone from that. We've definitely covered everything and more. It's been a hell of a time, ladies and gents. We've gone through 3 different signal breaks. I'm going to close this off now. Just as we go past the 4-hour mark, I think it's time to, no, don't open that, and this, and stop the screen share. Oh boy, talk about brain power. You really need to like keep everything in control while you're doing this stuff. I hope I've done that right. Yes, okay, good. We've covered everything and more. It's been a hell of a time. To everyone who has been a part of the show and submitting your watches, it's always a pleasure. And for those of you who've been in the chat the entire time, you've been keeping me entertained for sure, keeping yourselves and, you know, keeping the laughter going. I hope it's been entertaining with the signal breaks and the organic humor that comes through. Of course, Blaine be praised, yes. And one more show. We're going to do another one next week, I hope, if I get my ducks in a row. Turbo for good internet. Thank you guys, and Russell, thank you so much, guys. Really, it's been a good time. I hope some of you are awake. Keep your eyes glued to Le Mans, still going on, and the rhyming couplets are coming thick and thin today. 4 hours and 4 minutes, I believe we just crossed. Insane. Take care of yourselves, everyone. Enjoy your Sunday. I hope the weather is good wherever you are in the world, and episode 30 of Wrist Shot Week, it still hasn't gotten boring after all this time, which I find a mind blow. There's always something new, and it's always great to see what everyone else is wearing, what we can share amongst ourselves. But again, ladies and gents, look after yourselves. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of the show. For example, Megan went for a run as the show was going on, and she got back. She still managed to catch it. I mean, some guys go to church, some guys go to full-on, like, you know, work sessions and can still join the show because they are that extensive. So, you know, that's how we do it. Thank you, everyone. Take care of yourselves. See you in the next one, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Cheers for now.